Okay. Let's see. Yes, I am live. Let me get in here. Okay. I am live. So this is the next part also of the story, but also this is a live stream that I um I work with clients. I hear myself. Hold on. I'm in my ear. Okay. I am here and I am live working with my clients, of course, uh, interacting with people who come to say hi in chat. I haven't had a chance of, my phone is in there. Well, we'll end up getting the phone. Well, let me just say hi. I'm trying to do too many things at once. I had a great evening, actually. So, everything is, okay, so we're coming together and we're doing this the right way. So, this is the second part of the story. This more or less gives some background about the gentleman. So, so far, what we know of him is so. Oh yeah, I gotta just in case if you're not following the story. So this is the second part, or I should say, the second stream. This story has run into a second stream, and this would be it. Okay, and it's about a couple who meet. They're from two different countries, but particularly this stream is more about how the gentleman comes about, more or less. And this particular story, I'm telling the story, but I'm kind of stretching it out, and I could be interrupted any time. So I tell the story to as much as I can. I share detail as much as I can, at least what I know of the person. Well, for example, I know that the couple is from Africa. The woman, the lady, uh, they haven't met yet officially, but was sort of giving spoiler alerts. She's in on another continent, definitely in another country, and so we're talking about this gentleman and what's going on with him. So that's what today's stream is about. Um, Very relaxed. Uh, you know how spirit can come in and teach lessons, and this story also is an observation of relationships, marriage, people falling in love, and it also has some supernatural elements to it as well, some strangeness. So we're getting to the strangeness of it today. We talked a little bit. I mean, there's hints of it in the first, but now we're going to start talking about it today. And did I mention I'm definitely going to be interrupted because I'm going to do readings. So that this is an absolute. This is going to be an absolute given, and I'm coming in pretty early. I wanted to start at 6. Um, I was uh, doing TikTok videos throughout the night. So yeah, but I'm here on time. But I wanted to come in earlier. But anyway, so I am also trying to get relaxed here. Um, so as far as I know of the gentleman who's from Africa, when the first sign of him is in the story, the gentleman, the fiance to be, he, you know, was he was just in his mind. He wasn't. It wasn't about curiosity. He's just in his mind, and he's putting out there, to the universe the things that he wants. And at the time that he's doing this, he felt like when he looked into the mirror, regardless of what the world saw, he would look into the mirror and he saw him, a man in the mirror who's seemingly, getting older, and but he's still alive. That's the good part. The good part, beneficial part, he's still alive. So as long as he's breathing, he has purpose. And so he was looking into his reflection, and he said to himself, he noticed that, when he looked on upon himself, he felt like he had lost it because he felt that he had once upon a time a sense of purpose. He had it, but it he didn't, it wasn't maintained. So now, he is also rough around the edges, perhaps even, you know bad off in the moment. um, he's thinking about, what he more what he should have, rather than what could. He felt that he's deserving of for himself a better life. And he wasn't thinking spiritually. He's not religious. Come to find out, I just, found out he's not religious. He's just thinking. He's thinking, you know, to himself, and he's really going through it. He's seeing the difficulties of life, and it's beginning to take a toll on him. Of course, his appearance. Um, is not a bad looking man. It's just that he's lost his way. He's stopped with the maintenance, and so when he looks into the mirror, what he sees is a man getting older. He's lost sense of purpose, and he doesn't have a career or any like a passion, you know, that he feels motivates him to, upkeep himself, or get up and fight for, stand up for. No, so he's more or less he's lost whatever tenacity that he once a time that he had. It's like you know it's like he tucked it away, and well, he's soon to discover, spoiler alert, that you don't quite lose things like this. You don't lose, if you want to say, merits or parts of your charisma, your character. Now, it can be, some people might say misplaced, but it can, you know, be put securely deep within us, but we don't lose it. Um, but nonetheless, he began to also think about how, life would be simpler if he had money and a lot of it, and a means of making more of it. Of course, he put well he wasn't. trying out this new meditation practice. Um, so there was just no intent, but he just happened to just really focus on what he was saying. It just in the moment, being in the moment, and he, began to say that he wanted a better life, more or less. He wanted a career. He wanted to be in a position within a company where execs were just celebrating him all the time. He's always, meeting quotas and then beating out quotas and getting bonuses and being invited to be a part of an elite team of people within the company. And he wanted to go attend to all the be attend all the company parties and whatever the world in terms of monetary wealth had to offer him. He wanted to, again, he wanted to be around influential, powerful people. Also, um, he wanted, to look the part. He wanted to look like a lion, you know, and he wanted to feel powerful. He wanted to be a stallion again. He went like they say, just entering prime, and and he's desirable, and yes, he even want to catch an eye of a beautiful woman, and he's putting this out there to the universe. He wasn't. He didn't like find a newspaper and it says, "Have you prayed today?" No one was. No pastor was on the corner that handed him a pamphlet. He didn't pass by a church or some sort of a steeple that reminded him to pray as he was taught growing up. A pleasure. Donald here. Okay. A pleasure. I know you have a lot to share. Yeah. It's, yes, you've been getting things going. Yes. Mhm. Mhm. Yes, you did it. Okay, beautiful. Okay. Mhm. Of course. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Okay. Mhm. Beautiful. Okay. What happened? You had to live a life a little bit. You had to experience it, and you needed to be allowed to do it. You did it. Good. Good. You're back. You're back. Sure. Sure. Okay. Of course. Yeah. Good. It's good to hear that you're living life, and it's happening to you, and you're experiencing it. Yes, it's beautiful to hear that today. Oh no, you're gonna live life. I'm saying that to you. You needed to live it a little bit. Yes. So I'm ready to hear about what's going on. Yeah. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's very nice of them. Mm. Okay. 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 Mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Right. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Sure. Sure. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Of course. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Of course. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Oh, got it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Sure. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. Right. Right. Okay. Yes. Well, you're safe and they're safe Everybody's safe. You can feel it. You know you're safe. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Right. 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 Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You didn't. You didn't. They're not in jeopardy. You're not in jeopardy. Mm. You're protected. Okay. Okay. Right. 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 Good. Mm. Oh. Okay. Right. Mm. Right. Mm. Okay. Okay. Mm. I'm still listening. You speak as much as you need to. You tell me when. You're in charge, and you're safe. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm. Okay. You don't need to ask me that anymore. Make yourself at home. Yes. Okay. Yes. 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 Right. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Yes. No, that's true. They want you're part of the family. They're okay, and you always do, as Mom said, you do excellent with them, the family, and they want to. Then like a figure eight, like the eight number eight, and then on its side, it's like a reciprocal. They want to make sure you're okay. You always make sure they're okay. They want to make sure you're okay. Definitely to make sure that, like, you remember how they said they're gonna be asking you, okay, so how are you in this? Are you happy? Are they treating you well? Are you safe? Is any issues coming up? Any problems you're facing? Because we'll be on it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Okay. Uh-uh. Yes. Yes. Right. Oh, that's so beautiful. Mhm. Mhm. Yes. Mhm. Mhm. Yes. Yes. That's so beautiful. Right. Now that's just a little bit broader, but okay. So something specific that's regarding like how they viewed you. I just get this sense that like you're okay, so I always saw this as an elevation. You're getting closer with the family to where you're now inside and you are treated such as a family member. Um, as now you like how like what do you mean, like what does that even mean, right? And of course she, I like how she put it, every family member has his special bottle and you're going to have one too. And we said that you're going to have a, you're entering into a lifestyle of I use the pretty words like opulence and wealth, and I mean you're going to be treated really well. And it's like not something that like again it come out of your pocket. No, this is like no, this is different. And Nusha, this is like how like beyond celebrity stuff, like because celebrities don't do their PA like they like grab an Uber, you know, and that's how LA goes. But you're like no, like you said, the car, the special car, you know, that's good, the nice one, you know, where the guy like he's gonna get you home safe. Nobody's gonna bother you. Nobody bothers those type of cars, by the way. So like you did get like, and of course I'm speaking to you now. There's living proof. So that's when I learned that quality of life um, is also like security in life. All that is quality life. Yeah, that definitely exists in this world. No one, everybody will run to the taxi, but they don't go to those. And there's many reasons why. I bet I bet they like you said, it's like the movies. So anyway, so this guy, you know, like oh well you there excuse me, mom is taking care of you the way I love the way that like you use you said like Michael Archangel, the angels like the exactly the way they said that her nature is all her free will, all because this is genuinely her feelings about you. So that's what rounding this out. Everything that we said that she would do, she did on her own, free will, of course. She's the free will of, she's a master of herself. And she did this because, and I said, she's going to treat you like the whole purpose is to, so that she's going to treat you like a family member. And it was like, what does that even mean? Do you mean like a really, like, oh, we're still trying to be friends? It's like, you'll see. You needed to get a crash landing in that. You know what I mean? Like a splash. Like sometimes you gotta just jump in the water. Sometimes you got to get in there. And you are now you had a dose of it, but guess what? It's not done. There's more. She's still bringing you in close to family. I mean, you're gonna feel like and like a part of the family where you might like. I remember how I said I get this feeling of be part of the family to the point where like it's like I'm being shown a photo of sorts, and you're like right there, and the boy's right there, and mom's right there, and the grandmom's like. I was like, they're gonna treat you. You're gonna be part of family, and you're gonna be embraced. And some of the like the things that the family does, they're gonna be like, oh, Anusha, that you have to do it too, and it's like what? Like why am I being? It's like we're not gonna treat you like other. No, you're a friend, and not only that, friend we don't do like friendship. Okay, we're family. So that means we're gonna take. They said we're gonna take care of you. We're gonna look after you. They care much about your health. They care about your wellness, and of course, they want to know. They also want you to have a good time. They want you laughing and smiling, and you're like, oh, by the way, airport. How do they feel like? Do they trust you? Yes. You remember they said you gotta go. You have to go there, and you have to take control. You your personality, you were the one chose that they chose to have to that airport experience because you know how to take control. You're witty, you're on your feet, you're like your mind is bright. There's no getting around you. You're getting things, and you're private anyway. You protect yourself already, and of course you protected the family. Like you did everything perfect. And this was a security. They're this kind of security. They're gonna protect you over and everybody else and anyone else trying anything fishy. They're gonna be protecting you. They're not. It's not like it's like they against you. You weren't even in trouble. It wasn't. It was. This is the idea of one mistake on the human, like a human mistake. They say that could keep they could put get they could keep you for hours, or they could let you, or they not let you go at all. So yeah, there's that natural word like please get this right, please get this right, like you said to Michael Archangel, come on, help us out here. But no, they were just getting like a scope of who you were. That's it. It wasn't even to really pat you down, so to speak. It was just to get an idea of who you are. That's it. Find like they discover just find out who you are, but you're gonna navigate that conversation and get through, get your bags, and get on a nice flight, and a safe flight. Oh well, you already well, you all of that. You already did all of that, but that you just really, really big, and then began to, of course, they're working, you're working, everybody's working, and but at the same time you're having a real life experience. But you were, but I want to reiterate, but you took charge. You took charge. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And okay, so what I also like, well, clearly you're of substance. You just have high quality character. So yeah, they were gonna work with you anyway. They were working with you anyway. You're high quality. You got your character, high quality character. I mean your characteristics. shine. You're very shiny, very bright. So they're gonna work with you anyway. But also, you like you said, you definitely were in charge of the situation. You navigated, and you realize I'm telling them like you realize at some point you're you're telling them what's what. Okay, you begin to realize I'm telling them what's what, and they are really like looking after me right now. They're getting me to where I need to be, and they're gonna move me along out of like get me going, and keep me going into where the direction you need it. You need to get to the family. You need to get to your ride to your destination. Yep. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Right. Sure. It's good to hear you exercise. Oh, you got to eat. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, you got to eat. You got to keep your energy up. If you're gonna be out, especially gonna be out in LA, hydration is important, and of course, eating. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh yeah, California is. Oh, I forgot to. I kind of was telling you that, but I was alluding to that. Yeah, it's a place of like wellness, spirituality. In fact, that's the mecca. That's where all the information about us come from. Anything you want to know about in the world, you go to. That's where you go. You want Europe to know, you got to go to California, and then have California tell the world, and then you will find out. Or any information about spirituality. Your spirituality, of course, from Europe. Yes, because that's where a lot of spirituality. You probably see a lot of it that's familiar over there as well. You're like, wait a minute, we've got that. Yes, we know it came where it came from. Spirituality, metaphysics, all of that. It's over there, and that's where it's at. They love their crystals. That's well known. So you fit right. Actually, you turned out you fit right in. Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Oh. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Right. Mm. gosh, she took charge. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes, of course. All right. Right. And I did, and of course, I did say if you need me early, I might just come in early anyway for you. You don't have to. You don't even have to ask. I'll just come in early. Mhm. Right. Well, you could tell. Well, you could tell me, but you all don't tell me. You guys won't tell me, so I just have to assume I should just come be here early. I'm just assuming. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll listen. I'm listening. If you happen to tell me, I will go. I'll go by that. Well, if to be fair, I was intending to come in through like be here anyway. So to be in earlier, I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll do it. I'm just gonna have to just do it. Okay. I'll do it. I'll just do it. Okay. All right. Mm, I'm not falling for that again. I'll be here. I'll make sure. Because every time I do, something good happens, and then you got to tell me. And if I just would have came anyway, then we could have found out at the time you wanted to tell me. Some big things happened, and I'm like, yeah, wow, yeah. You were meant to take charge. You had to realize your power. Yes, yes, yes. Mm, yes. Oh no, you can't get away with that. Guess what? And I found this out last year. Spirit said you're going to get everything and do everything and all anything that you could do 10 years ago, you can do today. Universe, you did this is way universe supernaturally or in a if you want to say smart way of saying, "Oh no, universe gave you back your time." Ten years ago, universe gave that time back to you. Anything that you could have done then, you can do today. If it's a cartwheel, it's a flip, you could do it today. You have all the energy in the world to, and also the time that you would enjoy this. By the way, is in this. Like if you said, well, I see myself doing it for 10 years, 50 years, 15 years, 5 years. That's the time you get all that time. By the way, yep. So no time lost. That's what I was told to say. No time lost. Not to think, oh my gosh, I wish we could have did this 10 years ago. 20. I feel like I'm catching up, or everything's gonna be different now that I'm older. It's like no, everything that you knew, everything you're gonna experience, how you would have done it that time. Except this time you have the information you needed to follow through and make it happen. Yep. You have to you have to enjoy this with eyes wide open. You have to fully embrace your new life. This is your life. It is amazing. Well, you had to go through it to realize how you're going to be communicating with security from here on. You had, like now that you have a firm handle on like how to move through there, you're going to get through there with no problem. That was just a go at it. You took a go at it. You're in a very unusual situation, and it turned out to be far better than what could have happened. It was just a matter of, and you answered a few questions. It wasn't too embracive. Yes, it's an I guess we can get annoyed at somebody asking us questions that we'd rather not have to answer, but you navigated those questions perfectly. So because yeah, you know that this is not the only place you're gonna travel. There's other places you're going, and now he's like, oh yeah, I deal with them, and I know how to get through there quicker. I know we know what to say now. Yep. Yeah, because you know you got this is not the only locate. This is not the only travel experience. Okay. Hmm. Sure. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Right. 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 No. 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 That's what we're writing today. It did Your situation didn't come up to where that's what happened. You were able to just talk to them, and you took charge. Even while you're taking charge of the conversation, their thought was not to keep you for hours, or put you in a cell, a weight holding cell, till they figure out who you are and then release you, or release you in the morning. That no, you made it through. My whole point was that now you're seeing that the things that you see or things that you hear, that's not we said that's not gonna be your experience. So you're not somebody that is like being mistakenly, but to the point where it's okay. Now they're just being mean, just downright mean, just keeping me here, and now they're saying that they're not gonna, they can't let me in, and I told them why I'm here. None of that. None of that. That's not you. That's not your experience. My whole point is you were actually just having a comfortable conversation. They received enough validation that they needed to say, okay, you on your way, and you are not treated like the big bag stories that you heard. Because that, remember, I said that's not none of that is. You won't even see none of that. You're not even witnessing any of that because it's not talking to you. They have this down to a T. No, they want you. You're desired. You're desirable. They want you, and of course they want the family, and you know why they want the family. Like you mentioned, you slipped in there. You said, yeah, the political stuff is going on. Yeah, they want the family for that. They also want the family because family is just really good people, and they're like brothers and sisters. To be honest, and then they want you because you're like a sister, and you're very desirable. So yeah. Hmm. Yes. Yeah. Well, they that's a she, and mom is right, and just I mean, like with even without the whole situation with the family, yeah, they're very tricky over there. That's it's not very like you can't trust in that way. They're not very because yeah, they do the whole Jekyll and Hyde. If you imagine Jekyll and Hyde, they do that. Yeah, she's right, just on a wise level, just on a worldly wise level. But you might have already, but you might have known like, yeah, don't talk to anybody, don't talk to nobody, because this we're in the land of opportunists. People, everybody is kind of looking after themselves. They're trying to get a leg up, and they like what do you call it, esteem, and they like your position. Oh yeah, they want to be in positions and things, and even if they didn't earn it, it's right. They're just not a lot of people. But of course, we're speaking generally, because we believe that you are going to meet some very nice people too. We believe you're going to meet some nice people while you're there, but just in your journey. Hmm. Right. Right. Mm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh yeah. See, Ma. Yeah, see, yeah, you're gonna have all that over there. Yep. All right. Oh my gosh. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, you're in their world now. Yep. Okay. Mm. Okay. All right. Okay. Of course. Of course you don't. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sure. Of course. Of course. Right. 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 Mm. Right. Okay. Right. Right. They're at like CVS stores. They're at like the CVS, like kind of like the stores where you would find for like like you could find medicines, like a pharmacist, excuse me, a pharmacist. They would be like those type of stores. They would carry they because they do carry them very openly. Of course, a Walmart definitely will carry some things regarding around that area. But if I may put my 2 cents into this, and I would like to answer it like you said, answer without answering it. I don't vibrationally when I'm looking in every way. I don't sense that situation with you. I don't sense anything. Okay. But of course, you scientifically, if you want to know, like 99.9%, of course, definitely we could get that, they get it done. And I even believe that they even, here they do that, they can answer that for free, like in some place, like a clinic would even like, come on, let's find out. Hmm. Hmm. But I don't. So then I should answer that. I don't sense anything. I'm not hearing any vibrations with it. Okay, and you don't sense it as well. Like you said, there's certain signs that you would have picked up on. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, yes, this is a special occasion. We I think we could cheat, in this sense, in this instance. I think it's okay because you're in a bit of a pickle. Like you just got there, you don't know where things are, and so we kind of need to know like a now. We need to know now. Hey, do I need to look, keep an eye on for anything and anything strange. So this is good that you brought it up for sure. Hmm. Okay. Yes. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yes. 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 Hmm. Oh, nice. Sounds fun. Yeah. Right. Hmm. Right. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. You're right. Right. Hmm. Yes. You're exciting. Well, the spirit world said you're a lot of you're also very fun. So like a very fun teacher. They say you're a teacher, well rounded, and of course exciting to be around. We just, we said we were. I forgot how blunt we were. They said that you were creative and that you were magical and you looked the part. You look magical. So we did say that. I'm just repeating what was said in the reading, and yeah. So definitely you will, as you say, he's going to see you as his friend as well, like family for your family, but somebody, a friend, like in terms of he can come to you like a family member and know that he's safe. Oh, by the way, you know that he your voice is he's syncing with your voice. Like, you know how you say that you express, you have to be mindful how you call out to him. Like, but when you raise your voice or you use your voice like in certain ways, he detects your voice. Like if you say, whatever words you choose, he's responding to your voice. Mm-hmm. Which that's a sign of course, that's a sign of trust. Like when he runs off and things, and you kind of behind him and so forth. You're giving him his space, but when he can tell when something is not when something is off, or maybe something he's doing is bring causing to you to be alarmed, and then he will stop and turn back to you, or make his move back to you, not continue to one farther away from you, like he's coming to you, coming back to you. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Right. I get this sense. I, I get I get this sense that you both. I get the sense that mom is very honest, and and she loves how you bring color and you bring life. But of course, like they say, the children. Yeah, you calm the children. You let the children know, that, oh, okay, she's there to look after you. She's protective of you. I'm protective of you as well. You're protected. But most importantly, it seems like he is identifying. Okay, so she says noises and reactions. His big thing is error free. Like he somehow mistakes in this lifetime is it's a bit of a challenge for him, like karma, like a karma he has to work out. Like he's not gonna be. I think throughout his life you'll find like being in error, or saying that, okay, this is like he's learning to, if things are wrong, that mean that things can be made better, corrections. They're like he cannot identify when something is wrong, because he associates wrong as bad, not as in this is an opportunity to make it better. Like we find that there's errors, there's problems. So he probably, for now, that's going to be a bit of a challenge till you get to, which is math is wonderful, because math is about problem solving. Okay, how would we find solutions? to this. Yes, we don't like to hear about when there's a problem. We don't like to hear about when there's specifically the word mistake is a triggering word for him. Mistake. So vibrationally, when you react, the reaction was such a huge mistake that it's like unforgivable, unforgettable. I believe that he has a very high standard to, like you say, maybe things that are not right. Which, you know, one day, I mean, of course, I think with you in his life, and his mom, parents, and everybody in his life, I think that he'll grow and really stand for things that would make sense as an adult, like later on, when things are something is happening in the world, let's say in his world, that are not right, and he says this isn't right, and the energy, even as a young one, that he says, the way he responds, but this time when he responds like he's learning from you is, well, it's not right, so let's find solutions and then make it where it is acceptable. Yes, mistakes are not acceptable, you know, but right now he's learning the structure of things that are not as they seem in the world, like out of place. Yeah, and then yeah, yes, and then he's identifying as, well, we don't like that. That's not good. I want good. I want you to put smiley stickers on my next on my paper. Things like that. And you're like, don't worry, we're gonna get there. We're learning to we're identifying what a problem is. We're learning like what is an error, what is a mistake, and we're learning that one day he get to a part where he says, okay, yes, it's mistakes can be big because they can be scary because they're big, they're scary, but we can you say eventually say, well, we're not now that you're more calm about this, you don't have to run from it. I'm here, you're here, mom is here, some family's here. Now, how are we going to solve this problem? We don't have to run from it. We're going to solve it. So he's getting your. Remember when he said you're at a very precious time in all their lives. Mom, remember I said you're leaving impressions from mom's growth, grandma's growth, everybody's growth, the family's growth, the the boys' growth, but also that, like you said, you're also learning as well. You're on a spiritual journey yourself, but that it would also it implies that the way that they engage the world. Of course, when I speak about the young man, oftentimes I allude to when he's older and he's throughout the world, the way that he treats people, being in his positions. So like he's learning these things, like you had a very delicate space and time. He's learning these things with you. He's learning to, you face things, deal with things, and he's learning it at a very delicate where he's, as you say, impressionable, or the impressions can be left, and you're right there guiding him, and you're guiding him clearly, excellently. You're guiding him with excellence. So you're in your special way. You're working your magic the way you understand how to do it. And mom, everybody trusts you. Mom, everybody trusts you to do it because you're part of the family, and family members, they look after each other, they care about each other, and you're getting him comfortable to first of all getting used to seeing that, yes, there are, like you're showing him the pretty version. They say the Disney version. Okay, yeah, yeah, there's such thing as errors, and there's such thing as mistakes, there's such thing as the wrong way. But oh, no, 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 it doesn't mean that it always is. It's not, doesn't mean it's permanent. You want to make it better. You want to make it better, and make it positive. Want to turn this into a positive now. Okay, let's want to learn how. Like you're teaching him these things, and so he's trying to figure out that part. And she's watching all this, and like for her, like watching it step by step by step in motion. She trusts you. She sat there just to see if mom could sit here, you could sit here. Like, hey, you see, she's a lovely. I'm like how my energy, my love for her, you see. So now go over there and learn, and then come back and tell me what you learned. So, mm-hmm. Yes. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. Right. Well, that's that. See, that's the thing. Young ones like like learn that the computer, the electronic stuff, very like it. They match. Like it's like they go together. Youth and technology and things. So like I would say at maybe not worried, not concerned, but definitely like we must be like keep aware. We definitely have to keep aware because he is who he is. But like any youth, any any youth, any child, curiosities begin to run, and they say, well, it's not always exposure. It's curiosity alone. The nature of the young the new beginners is their curiosity alone. Like it just the idea. Okay, so and the availability, the feeling of something that is that is covered up, covert, or that's obscure to you, and you're no that's out of sight, out of mind to you, but it's like, oh, this is an adrenaline because it's kind of scary. The idea of, okay, I could get caught, or I could just take a peek and then put it back. So it's kind of like you're just keeping aware, like keeping the awareness about because he's catching on so quickly. But on the other hand, when he's as he's having to navigating on his own, he'd be able to use his talents and like for educational purposes as well. So that's a good thing because it could open up educational features eventually. So that in a way it's a good thing. You gotta kind of make it and own it as a good thing, but be very like on top of it on your side because he just does things. He's very spontaneous. Yeah, very spontaneous. Yeah, you got it. Very spontaneous and just do it. Impulsive. That's what I'm looking for. A bit impulsive, but like any child, one, any boy, then two. But you're just saying, okay, I know how impulsive he could be, and he could press the wrong buttons. So I better be a step ahead of him. But it's good that he's figuring some things out, and of course, meaning he will figure out math. If he could do this, he'll figure out math. He'll figure out input and output. He does that already naturally. He'll like make the comparison and says then he should be able to do this with numbers. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, which is good because that's letting you know what he could achieve by learning and by like things in heart. Yep, he just showed off a talent. Good. He's got a little gift there. Nice. Now you can help mold it into something that is useful for him. Mhm. Mhm. Yes. Hmm. Yes. Yes. Hmm. Right. Okay. Right. 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 You're getting used to the idea of it, right? It's a brand new type of circumstance because we just began talking about how the mom wants make sure that you have some time alone. That of course that time is also, hey, did you having a chance to sightsee, get around some for yourself, some time for self and go out and you're responsible and you're okay and okay you're having a good time, like you're meeting good people, so so you're just open. This path is just now opening to you. You needed We knew you needed to like you said, relax and just get a feel vibe some with there over there California. You need to vibe with it, get into we knew you're going to get connect with it. You would understand once you're there, because you'd realize, like you said, it's your personality matches that space. And so I do believe, like you said, so you're opening up. I don't think you're hiding. I just think that there's so much that's reaching you right now. Oh my gosh, there's just so much coming to you at once. So you're not hiding. You're like, okay, like you're just now you are going through everything, like you said. As things approach you, you're taking it out of the box. You're examining it. Is it in good quality? Okay, I can keep it. So I think that you're just taking it, absorbing it all, at your own pace. But you are going to, as you say, venture out and definitely meet. You certainly are. Right. Sure. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep, that's right. Yep, that's what makes it. Yep, makes it it. Yep, you got it right. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Self care. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm. Right. I do see into the week. I'm seeing into the like this upcoming week. I mean, I do feel like you're gonna a bit of a if you want to say if we felt like a week, I think it's like an extended stay, like vibrationally. I'm getting like it might be like over a week, like into the next week over. It feels more like that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. I I know you. I know. Well, that's good. You're thinking like in practical terms of what you're used to. That's beautiful. Metaphysically, we already see that as a shoe in. You like you. I know. I know. It's like okay. I say that you're already in. You're already got that. I know you like. Well, I need to physically have it in the name of Jupiter. Like I get it. So yeah, that you're right. That part needs to happen. You actually get the physical. I felt that you're gonna get it like 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 soon. Like I felt that it's happening. Like the contract's already like, oh, don't worry, you're already with us. You're already in. It's like before you even know that you're in before I even say like it's moving like going to guitar. Like you know before. I mean, clearly you would know, but I feel like you would know it a little bit early than even before the contract. It's not like surprise, we're going to gift you like oh it's a surprise. Or could you come up and then it's like a surprise, we got the contract, you ready to sign? You know, it's more like I like you like I've been told like contract is on its way, or oh yeah, we're definitely going to present the contract to you, and we'll be of course you sign it, then we go to next stop guitar. So it's like this journey is like it's kind of like a bridge into the new life from the old one, which you're doing it excellent, you're doing excellent with that job. That's what this one is, getting you used to this, being in this role where I love the idea that you're tapped in as like you are, like you having this time to self, that you're beginning to realize what I was talking about. Like it's a lifestyle, and it's a one of comfort. A comfortable lifestyle. Yes, you're working, but everybody's working. Everybody's working, but you're working. Comfortable lifestyle, and of course, they're making sure that it's like, look, we afford you to have this lifestyle, to have this life. You must have self care. We rely on your self care, like you said, mom said in their own words. We need you calmer than us. Keep us grounded. And we'll keep you safe. We'll keep us safe. You keep us grounded, and we'll be grounded for you. And it'll be good for you as well. Not just for us, but for you too. Be calm. And so you're calm and or comfortable, and good, and you are having the access to things, access like like you described, having the ability to yes, you're going to do some things there, like the Disney bit, but also you did, like you said, you've had a chance to actually go to shops and and try different things, and it's just so happy for you. Try things that you don't see every day, you don't get every day. You're doing it, you're living life. That's what you're supposed to do. Yes, like to so that you know that this job is yours. You know why it's yours. You earned it. You deserve it. This is universe saying, and this is the family saying, you know, you are exactly what you claim to be, and we recognize you. You're recognized in the universe for your value. You are valued, and it's good that you are feeling that. You're seeing that. Even if you say, well, you don't have to do you are valued, and so we're gonna treat you like this, like you're valuable, because you are. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. Okay. 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 Mm. You'll be able to do it. Wednesday you'll be able to do it. And there's always, in any stage of life, there's always room for self improvement and self care and wellness. Okay, any point in time, and that's on the 10-year bit. That's only applied that there's plenty of time to do all of these types of activities. You can live like live it up, enjoy it. Don't say I'm too late. And no, there's no such thing. No, you're not too late. You're right on time. You're right on time, and you're gonna get to go. Wednesday's gonna happen. You'll go to this special place. You'll have it done. You'll be ready for that. Yeah, I don't get the sense that it's happened yet. Like there's time to do this before the going to the Disney World. I'm picking up on. Okay, there's time. Right. I don't see it happening like early, or like over the next few days, like a Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday morning or something like that. Then you're exhausted. Mm-mm. It's happening a little bit farther out, farther out. Mm-hmm. Qatar. Sure. End of July. That sounds about right. Yes. It's like little over a week, and we have, like you said, less than 2 weeks. Absolutely, less than 2 weeks. Hmm. I feel like the contract is going to present itself while you're still here in America. I want to be clear on that because that's what I described well, you hadn't made it to guitar yet, but you're in the conversation of guitar. They're saying, we have the second contract. We want this to work. They're just, what they're doing right now. They're besides bridge. I know, you mean bridging me into their family. I know. Okay, yes, that. Well, we said that, but they want to know. They want to calculate all the expenses. It's like they don't remember. They don't want you using your money to survive. Like, you know what I mean? Like using your money to do the work. I'm sorry, I worded that wrong. They want you to use your money the way you want to use it and to survive and to thrive. But I mean, they don't want you to use your money to work. Because like, what's the point in that? They want you to like say, "Wow, we want to give her a one life experience. She'll have to tell, the grandchildren, family, great grandchildren. You'll say, did you know?" and you've got books on and things like they want to like wow, and you go to Ohio, like oh yeah, and then I so we took a trip to that book is gonna be so great. And but I'm so sorry. I sidetracked. You are asking a very serious question. Like yeah. So I've been feeling like while we're in America, they're gonna present the contract. You're gonna know that contract, and then you're gonna get the physical contract uh, to sign. That's Jupiter Libra stuff. But it's going to I just sense it already manifest. Oh, and she is seeing okay, the point of the whole okay, so she's seeing how much it costs to afford like how much money, like what's the investment like, not like as in what you okay you're worth this, you do that, not just that. I mean, like, okay, you do this, you work, it's that's what you do, that's the work you do, you're paid, but also to make like for like living expenses, which means if she's mathematically solving a problem of okay, how much does it actually cost for you to live a life, uh, including work is included. We're making that clear. The contract work, like what you're doing as work, but like okay, then what does it take for you to live and live the kind of life we need you to live? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So, so there's all of that. Whew. Oh, oh boy. They're just got to be jealous. Ooh, I know they're jealous. They are burning up because I'm up here reading about royalty, politics. Yeah, I pushed them out to the side. They did a test reading. I think they trying to see. No, I'm not them. I don't take advantage of my clients. Period. I don't take advantage. My clients have met me in person, and when they've offered to give me money, I declined it. I said, just a gift is fine, but I won't accept money. I was given a book. They gave me a book. Do you need me to pay for it? No. You may cover your meal? No. So I think that they're observing this because I'm the psychic this person is reading with and demanding, and they're famous psychics. But then there's people that I think that want to be psychics, wanting and on, and they can't. They can't mess. They can't. I think they're. I think they're jealous. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. And I think my clients sometimes get a little like how do you so this is part of my job that's also none of her business or their business. Whatever I'm reading in the political stage, that's my business, not theirs. That's not but there's some correlation. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna let them know that they're okay, things like that, and also obviously that yes, they she can get through security, she can get through customs. And yes, she's going to Disneyland, and they're in California, and she's set up nice, and she got an apartment. She's enjoying California life. She's living it up out, nice weather out there, in the sun. She's getting this. Oh yeah, I hope the sun doesn't get to her head, to her crown chakra. Boy, that sun can mess. You be thinking you something. It happens to everybody, and yeah, it's the sun over there. Apollo is shameless over there. Like it don't matter. It don't care what you look like, color, your preferences. Like that sun gets to your head, and you think you bag of chips, sour. You think you sour cream. Is it what? It's sour cream. sour, sour cream and onion chips. Yeah, you going to think you're Funyuns. You think you're a bag of Funyuns? Oh boy. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll happen. Ooh, this. Yes, y'all. We're having a bit of a nice rainy day. Okay. Yeah. I I think why do people try to expect the like yeah, I don't do things or move like I guess like people like they do. I don't move like they would cuz clearly they're projecting. I don't do that. I'm not meeting up with my clients and things like that. And I don't use my abilities to like hook up with people or hook up with my clients. I don't do that. Yeah. Donald here. Okay. Yeah. She's in charge. A pleasure. Mm, okay. It happens. It happens. Well, I think you got the point though. You got that pretty much like they're she's the reason why like what she's doing right now is seeing like how to like uh give you like you're gonna like give you the life that you work so hard for like to recognize like she's recognizing that this is a life change for you that you're uprooting your world and it's just it wouldn't I mean it's proper to make sure that like you describe me having a life of my very own and all that but that you have a life for yourself and it is not wrapped up in what you're compensated for what you would say well this is the work I do it's because this is a different level of type of work quality work that right this is a upper level type of job you've taken high profile we can that's fair to say high profile job high security job position that you're in and it's deserving of all the benefits that come with it so she's calculating all of those problems to solve for you this time around. Like how much it costs to put you in a up, like in a nice, remember they said you're gonna have a nice place to live, your own space in Qatar. Money, right, to spend, but money also for yourself. For whatever. Then okay, how much does the place cost? Like you said, food. You like your needs are met, right? And something you don't have to worry about. You don't have to worry about your needs being met. And you could say, oh, like you're like you putting you like you're really good with money anyway. You're very great with money anyway. But you're like, oh, I'm gonna be putting money up. For say I've always had money to put away as well, but also to get more fabric when I need it. So yeah, that's what she's doing. While in America, that's why everything is happening like it's happening to get you the contract. Yep. Sure. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. Okay. Sure. Hmm. Hmm. Well, well, you may, yeah, but well, okay, so what is taking place is that they tried to you say bomb Qatar. The American base protects Qatar because the base is in Qatar. You know, Qatar's brothers and like brothers and families, sisters, etc. And very wonderful relations, by the way. So they rejected those attacks and acted very with high precision. So there is no there is no threat. There's no fear. There's no there it just doesn't exist. And the only reason why I'm sharing this with you because this this furthermore supports protection when you go to guitar. You're not gonna be like, okay, who's who's in charge here? You know, and the buildings are setting off every other day, or that's not the world you're entering. You're not entering to the world of like, am I going entering into where there's always like disorder, and upheaval. That's not the world you're entering. Hmm. There's no World War Three. I'm going to be honest. If I may just, maybe I overstepped. There's no World War Three. Okay, there isn't. There's no such thing. Yes. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Well, you just lighten the mood. Whew, I'm glad we got that all out there. Okay. Well, you're definitely going over there. Okay. Good. Mm, okay. Yes. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Right. Hmm. Right. Good. Hmm. Okay. It makes perfect sense. Hmm. Right. Right. End of August. August. Right. Or August. And right. You settling in, and you said it, making friends and making some maneuvers. Your new life really begins then. It really. Hmm. Yes, life advances, right? Absolutely, love, heart, friendship, just enjoyment. just enjoying yourselves. Even the special friend who's meant to be met. You know, the nice, charming guy. You know, you know, this dark hair, very friendly. You know, just sitting down, having a conversation, enjoying, you know, how you speak, your personality, which, as you know, people love your personality, um, and also the different levels of like how much you share of it. You've discovered ways, you know, to sort of gauge the family. So others, you know, also accepting and loving your personality as you are, you know, with your highlight, your light. They love your light, and you're definitely gonna feel like it's okay, you know, to you say let your inner light shine. You certainly, you know, are putting all of this to practice. You know, you're like a practitioner. You finally you're in guitar. You're entering a space. There you're in guitar. You're in your own. Well, also you have your own space where you're able to set up and, you know, and kind of stretch out a bit. You're not, as you said, living out the suitcase. You actually are living at a home. You're living at home, and you get to put everything that you have practiced all these years. You finally get to put it into practice, put it into motion. Yes, and go out and, of course, you know, have a nice, comfortable lifestyle that allows like to meeting that special someone, of course, and enjoying that parts those parts. You're lonely. I don't see you in the lonely vibration, like you said. Definitely, being asked to come out and join the society or social circle or a social sphere. You're being asked. Um, I get this sense that she's traveled, and she understands how, because she's put you where she's at, and she's giving you're in a place of privilege. So, you know, you are at the height of, let's say, the closest thing of like in someone's reality that they would understand is a personal assistant to a celebrity or someone who is, well, like somebody who's famous. So, and they don't even have the things, you know, that you have, you know. um, maybe they do because it's stationary. They've got, you know, a place to where they can. You're going to soon have with all of that, like an actual place where you call home. You know, they're there and they live there. You know, but like you're having things for yourself, and you're acquiring things for yourself, a whole nother type of life altogether. She knows, she's aware that what people might try to do, you know, like get in, work in close to get to, you know, to get to you, not necessarily for them, but to get to what your privileges, get your tap into your privileges. So she's aware of that. So she just kind of say, hey, you know, I'm in a different world. Guess what? You're in my world, so you have to look after yourself too. You know, like it's not just us, but you also have to protect yourself, because people will latch on to your coattail and want to coat ride with, you know, with you, because what privileges that are yours is not privileges for everybody or another person. Those are your privileges. So yeah, so she's trusting that she knows you understand. See, the fact that she chose you and how you took charge with the airport, the same that you're gonna be like when somebody is acting out of like unsightly, you're not gonna put up with it, you know, because she's like that's the type of person that she wants. You know, she doesn't want you to feel in any way that, you know, you need to have those types, or someone who's taking it want to take advantage, or in any way, socially, economically, whatever it is. She doesn't want to cause you to feel Like this, okay, you're in another, you're in guitar, you're in another world. Oh, you have to be extra this nice. No, no, nothing like that. I mean, she's not. You're not even in the position to be taken for granted at all. They're not taking you for granted. They don't need to, and they know you're not. You already made it clear you're not taking them for a ride. Right, right, and they're fair. You're fair. You're a family, and no one else is going to be coming in able to do that, capable of doing those things. Oh yes, definitely 1,000%. Though she trusts you, but I know this has come up a few times. If she saw somebody who just doesn't belong, she would. Let's just say if, her personality, she wouldn't be able to sit idle. Like some people say, oh well, that's their business, like whatever they want to do, like, or we're not going to tell them anything, like a lot of, I guess employers, would be like whatever you do, I don't care, just don't do it on my time, you go out there, that's on you, you know you're in a flat tire, like, well, you need me to call someone to help you. I'll call someone for you. Okay, well, good night. So it's like, yeah, very much like that, but not. She is gonna be this, like those people. If they try to come around, they won't. But if they would go away very quickly. You would know why. It's like she did something. Whatever she did, that person hadn't talked to me ever again. So, but I mean, that's just her personality of being a protector. She will guard you in a way. But so she does respect you enough to for you to say, okay, who's deserving of your time and your energy, and she will respect that relationship, unless you say otherwise. But she will respect it, and respect to you, of course. So she trusts you. She definitely trusts you. Like you said, trusts you in guitar. She even trusts you now, but there's a part of her that's saying, "I'm gonna, I'm like it's only natural for me to look after you." Somebody's letting you know how people can be, but you'll decide. Like you'll go out maybe this evening, or some point. Sometime you'll go out, and she'll trust that. Okay, you're protected. You're looking after yourself. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. No. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. There we go. Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. And her goal is to put you in a position where you are paid, but you're not fighting like we're fretting about groceries, fretting about how you're gonna get around. like okay, so like you described, like there's jobs where you like a person, yeah, they get paid a lot of money, but maybe they have an easier pathway. But you said no, I'm gonna like you're gonna work in those positions, like you would want to be in those positions anyhow. But at the same time, if you had it where the part of the perks is that what like just necessities. It's not called, oh, compensating you, like pay you in food. No, we're no you're being this doesn't mean that there's like, okay, hey, we cover all of this food and lodging, so why in the world are we contemplating paying you more? No, it's more like compensation that's guaranteed, like that's what that just comes with your work. But also at the same time, it's, yes, we do want to make sure that, like, you don't have to be trying to calculate, like trying to run a budget, based on, and you're traveling on the road, here you are trying to budget, and she has all the means, not that in a way such as like like a she like obligation, but like she has the budget to make sure, and you're seeing all of this flow of energy, flow of resources, but you have to stay in the realm of your budget. That she doesn't, her heart and it's unconscionable for her personality. It's unconscionable to sit there, or to be there, or sitting there, or standing there and watching you go through a situation, a financial situation, when you're there to help her sort out her crises, and you're having a crisis. So she's just making, she's easing her mind, because if you are supported, then you'll have the power and the energy to support her in her crisis. Mm-hmm. She's not going to let you have a financial crisis. And she's not going to let you fret over, okay, I'm trying to figure out a budget to get groceries. She's not going to put you in that position. This is not the kind of employer that she is. I'm not even speaking as a friend or family member, like as she is to you. But I mean, she just is not that type of employer. Like, she really does look after, like the driver who said, when you get to know her, you're gonna see that, wow, they really do have a big heart. They really are very nice people. Yes, you're discovering how, like, that though they're nice personality, that sides to them. You're discovering that who they are. Really, you really get to know them when they love you, when they fall in love with you. You're seeing that. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. It's good to tell him, like, to see through it. You saw through him. That's a good thing. That's good. Of course. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. It's good. Yes. You gave him the green light. You gave him the signal, as they say in nature. You gave him the okay, you'll do it, and he won't get extraordinarily embarrassed. That's what happens amongst the human in the human kingdom. Women extremely embarrassed. Nature is different. And so it's good that he got the right signal this time. It took him a little bit. That's good. Okay, but he gets it now. It's okay for him to say he likes you. Okay, you're okay with it. All right. Okay. A little bit more confident. Okay. Ah. Oh, got it. Got it. Right. Hmm. Okay. Ah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Because you could do that. Yeah, you could do that. What is the song? I could buy myself flowers. Miley Cyrus. She has her Grammy now. She can buy herself flowers. And you're in a very good position to do for yourself. Okay, so you need him to show what he can do on his own. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Ah, okay. Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay. Anything you need to do? Right now, I I'm almost like you have scaled up like the instruction manual. It's like everything on the checklist, you've done it faithfully, and faithfully as in you took charge. That's what I mean. We mean that by faith. Like you believe what you put out to the universe because that was what you were going to manifest, and you did. So right now, it's really guess what it's about. Now it's about enjoying a little bit, having some time for self, like you said, getting around, seeing a little bit, letting people hear your uh, divine tones. Let people hear your tones, and then your vibrations. Hear your aura sound, or your aura, the sound from your aura, and really, allow them to meet you, to see you. I get the sense that would be very helpful as progress, into the top of the Monday. By the way, kind of a busy week. Well, you would say, a lot of I feel like it's gonna you have activities this week because we're entering this. Right, we're entering soon. Well, partial second week, and from okay, so everything was mapped up for like the next 3 weeks. We're entering this second week of vibrations. All of it is still it's about manifestation, but right now everything is intellectually coming together. Everybody's like it's very like structures. We're thinking of structures. Like right now, you're working with the young boy with his trying to get him set up structures where he's comfortable with coming to you, things like that, and study with you, and because you're teaching him all these things. The same way where the mom is creating these structures where you both are having an understanding, and as she's developing a contract with you, like you're having structures with mom and the grandmother, like you're supportive here, and you're making sure that you're doing a favorable, like a really great job. They give you every resource to make to where you can continue doing a great job. So all these structures right now are being aligned, and it's very beautiful because it's like the spiritual communication way of connecting with soul tribe. So that's why I believe that, like, for now is definitely, at least for the next, it's less than 24 hours though, by the way. So it's speaking in terms of hours, like literally, like maybe like that would cross over to this evening, or we early hours in the morning. It's like allowing yourself to, for your energies to be felt and heard by others. It's very good, very good. Kind of like centering, what we call it centering. Have you ever heard of that? Where you center, become centered. You're becoming centered. This is good timing to center yourself. There's grounding yourself, right? There's focusing on what you want to make, what you want to manifest. But like you described, it's specific. It's very specific. What you're describing. Like centering is when you're like, mm, yeah, like centering. You made it past security, and you said you now can handle security. Now you now can get through it. You know how to go through, get through, get by them. That is a way form of getting centered. A pleasure. Oh, I'm coming in nice and early Monday. That's tomorrow. I'm coming in nice and early. As early as um, I'm sorry. Okay, so on next Friday, yeah, even on Friday, I'm actually gonna come in early. But same time, I'm keeping. Oh, am I here? Okay, Firstly, I'm here on Friday, and the time that is like the time that you know now, I will be online. I definitely will be here next Friday. Okay. Okay. I'm also here on Saturday as well. Okay. Sure. Okay. Safe. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. 8 a.m. Got you. That's a perfect number. We use the number 8 today. I think 8 is your number. So 8 is it is. 8 a.m. That's okay. Even if it's 1 minute or 2 minutes, I'm good. I can answer a question in that time. Yes. So yes, we're okay. we're gonna we just want to see you get to guitar. That is your ultimate wish. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Okay. Love you. Enjoy. Yep. Love you. Oh boy. Oh. Oh, let me log out quickly, quickly, quickly. Hurry, quick, 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 quick. Before they hurry, quick, 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 quick. Bam. I'll be right back. Well, I wasn't gonna tell her anything, but yeah, that she was kind of blunt. She kind of asked, so yeah, I had to confirm for her. Yeah, uh, no World War III stuff. No, not for you. She's going to go there and I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Okay. She said she's gonna face it head on. Hmm. Well, that was good. Gosh, let me see. There. Sorry, y'all. I had to turn that light down. So, well, good day. Um, yeah, and I definitely need to be here early. Hmm. They had to live a little. Like, what is she afraid of? There's nothing to be afraid of. Well, I wanted her, yeah, I just wanted her to live and understand that life is good. She's protected, and everything in the world that she wants, everything in the world that she needs right now, she can have it. She can. She can achieve everything, anything she wants. That's what I wanted her to understand. And not to be so nervous. So, yeah. She was like, oh, I've been trying to get a hold of you for a week. It wasn't that I am didn't have nothing to share with her, but she needed to find her strength, which is found in centeredness. Oh, I know the story. Oh boy. So I'll try to get back to the story. So the story goes is that this this man that's on the thumbnail. So um this man put out there to the universe the things, but he wasn't even speaking. That's the thing. He wasn't doing metaphysical work. He didn't get a book. He didn't pass by a street corner preacher. He received no inspiration. He was just talking, and little did he know that something, someone, universe, spirit heard. And but this is the thing that we I have to acknowledge. Spirit did not request anything from him. The universe didn't say, "Okay, if we give you this, if we help you with this uh, position, with the career, with the great exec, you have to go work the soup kitchen every like on Fridays and Sundays." That universe didn't say, okay, if you meet this woman, you fall in love, you have to be at her side, um, hospital bed for the rest of your life, or 20 nothing like, and then 20 good years, and then at her bedside for the rest of her life. Something crazy like nothing. Universe did not ask for nothing. It wasn't okay if we give you all of the luck in the world, then you cannot have love in your life. But you can have all the luck in the world. You could have all the women you want. You could have a woman in your life, but you just won't have love. Nothing like that. Or, okay, you could have love in the world, love to the end of the earth, she'll follow you anywhere you want to go, except you won't do well in your career will always be unstable. You have to kind of bounce around. But you'll always, where love meets, that's where finances meet and you end up getting some kind of a life policy that's worth millions. You know, something crazy like that. No, nothing like that. Universe asked for nothing. Universe did not ask, okay, every and like annually you have to like bring, offerings, of fruit baskets to, this, undisclosed location in the woods. Nothing. Universe didn't even prompt. Universe didn't ask for anything. Universe didn't insinuate. Universe did not make a deal, did not strike a deal. Universe wasn't listening and said, okay, I'm going to give you what you want so you learn a valuable lesson. Universe didn't even ask him to learn a lesson. Universe didn't ask him, well, you want these things, but what is your intentions? What are your motives? Uh, what life lesson you need to learn? And I'm being interrupted. A pleasure, Donald. Okay, sure. A pleasure. Welcome. Okay, okay, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. To brainstorm. It's to brainstorm. He's, like get, he's crafting a new, like, if you want to say a theme, like he, what do they call it, like the creative team is working on a creative project. So he's at the drawing board. You're approaching the drawing board, this table of meeting. You're approaching the it's like a drawing board, and drawing up ideas, crafting ideas, brainstorm. The good thing is, okay, this is to, okay, somehow this is coming through like it's not quite, decided. It's meant to win you over. So I believe he's also may talk about like his wins, like his successes, because it's like also to win you over, because it feels like it's heading, it's on like thread. It's like you may be a part of it, you may not want to. If it's, it depends on if it works, if it's good for you. But so it's a lot of, well, I the reason why I'm motivated for this because I've seen. So he does has like some like good track record, I guess, or some success stories that he says, I find that this is very useful, this is very helpful, this has made certain specific ties. But okay, so then the last piece of that is there's this is connected to life purpose. So this has some sort of metaphysical purpose for this meeting as well. So two I like because two represent you. Two represents I'm approaching this table and I'm bringing ideas, bright ideas. The light bulb is I see like the light bulb above the table is turned on, and then it's purposeful for you, like a life part of the life purpose growth. And then on his side, like like what's his responsibility? His responsibility is to show you how well this will go with you. Like, don't worry, this is a shoe in. We are a good fit together. Let's come up with some ideas. In fact, some ideas are happening right there on the spot. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm, 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 okay. I sense a bit of a boomerang with this one. Is this okay? So I don't ask questions. It just that I think that it would help if we both know what like what angle I think if I if then I can be corrected. Um, are these questions tied in together in any way? Like the two questions, like the question about the meeting, and then this particular question about do I do this I guess event in August? Are they related? Oh boy. Okay. It's specifically to you. What I meant are they related? You said they are in some way according to your time. This is a bit tricky because the reading says that this is meant to win you over to get you to reconsider a decision. And I just want to make so okay. So let me tell you the information that I received, and then we can match it from what we know now. What you said, this is related based on your time. The reading said that the reason why he's trying to win you over at the meeting is because he wants you to reconsider a decision, or a decision is meant to be reconsidered. And when I was tapping into this, you said I want to kind of move into a different direction. I still felt the vibrations. They were like they're in. It's like a cord runs between the two of them, and I have a feeling psychically that this. I wonder if this is the decision they're asking you to reconsider, like they're reconsidering, if whether if it's because it could be, but yet it could be worded as we were going to go through with this, and then said, well, I got to reconsider that decision, and I need to focus on my purposeful path, the life purpose path for the future. But the way that the reading, of course, illustrated was this meeting is purposeful in itself, unto itself. Okay. So we just needed to know the difference there, what we intend to do. And here's if we may now bring in the spiritual guide and to help come up with something that you can work with today. All right. Very quickly, very quickly, very quickly. So they say that the meeting is okay. Socially, it's activated. It's perfect. It would make sense. So I'm getting a lot of positives that if you go, I mean, it's good. It does activate a social sphere in space. If you decide to go, but let's say if you cannot go, if you do not go, I still believe. Well, they said that it's lucky if you do. It's like a lucky situation. I believe that has a lot to do with like how will you socially appeal to others in this event. I think that you'll find yourself in lucky situations where you'll make connections. Something that you could utilize in the future. But if you don't go, I don't think it's a bad thing if you decide to skip this one and focus on your work. They said it will move up like a crossroads. It's like a crossroads. Your crossroads would be um, in this realm of just wanting to focus on like what's happening for you in September conversation, and they have it here as a kind of like you're just taking the lead. So you just that have to, like you said, you when you open up the ring, you said, okay, this one is a little bit more vibrational. I believe that you're changing the vibrations here, which is, of course, you get to change realities. What I'm saying. So you would, the way that it's going to play out. Let's say August happens. Let's say 2 3 weeks. The event is happening already in August. We did not attend. The realm that you enter in is that okay? Now I have to take leadership, do the metaphysical work, prepare for this talk, and of course you would nail the talk. That's the way that it would play out in the, I guess, in the metaphysics, like, to balance the scales. There's a bit of a scales here. We have to really excel with the talk in September, and the way it's done is through your very strong leadership. Go forward, take the baton, and run with it type of energy. But that may be the energy you need. Being that is what the summer, late summer vibrations, and we're moving close. Oh, by the way, August is definitely a very powerful psychic month. Is where all the things begin. The spiritual months begin in August 15th, mid August. So I would say like August 15th going forward, your focus is September. I think that will be like they say the gazelle, feet on the ground and running. That will be us, but I think it would work for you because it's one solid path that we just need to stay on, and you plan this out, map it out, you get everything together with it that you're going to do for September. It will play out in your highest good, in your highest favor. If you decide to go there to the August, you'll be recognized. But yes, it is going to feel like you're doing a lot of work. You're going to feel like maybe the stress of like having worked a lot, like take on much that you said, "Well, I didn't have to take on all of this." So that's the other than the takeaway. The takeaway, yes, it's lucky. Jupiter puts you in like a popularity. You'll definitely win the popularity contest, and of course, with that, you could use those connections. Maybe up the road as some sort of favors. Or sort of ways to make connections, open doors, opportunities. But yeah, but if you like, I can always get those. There's always plenty of time to do more of these because these are not the only. This is not the only one. So if you were to go away from this one, mm-hmm. Oh, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay. Right. Of this event. Okay. So okay, may I add? Okay, so may I add a little bit about Jupiter? So the context of Jupiter, which will help with your like your late. That's a lot of work. You didn't even say that you were the one having to set it up. That is a lot of work. And then, okay, I was avoiding a word. I said you feel like you're taking on a lot of work, and you're like, did I have to really? I didn't have to take on all this work. They use the word workaholic, so you might feel a bit taxed. So I want to confirm for you what you're everything you're saying, that yes, you would be doing all these things, and yes, people will call you forward, and they will make the connections, but you're gonna feel like it, like you said, your life purpose must be tied in. The book writing is tied in with your life purpose. I think that's the decision. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're seeing where you are choosing what that means, not the universe. Like the reconsidering of decision that, wait a minute, the book is important right now. That needs to be the foremost number one, object. Right. Okay. So that is, they're wanting you to focus on the book, and you're reconsidering. This is why you're reconsidering the decision, because you're sticking to your life purpose. Now we understand that. There it is, definitively your life purpose is centered around this, getting the book written. You're showing where the decision is up in the balance, but the scales will balance out. You will balance your scales, because whenever you if you shirk something like a pattern, you know how it ripples. We're gonna know what to do. We know exactly how to counter those ripples. We know that they said you would take a lead, a lead role in the book. So instead of channeling your lead role with them, you're channeling your lead role and focusing it on for everything going on with September, but also it being energized to focusing on your book, and that will work. Now that would work. That is perfect. Then you get at everything you want. You'll get everything you want, and do you won't have to do the whole August creation. Okay, what you're creating and putting together. You won't have to create that space. Hmm. Okay. Mm, right. Okay. Good. You're ahead of him. Hmm. So we found it. Your path is not to follow the pro quo, but the status quo. But it's you needed to take a lead stance in this path. Got it. That's your crossroads. This is what allows you to to elevate into the crossroads. Oh boy, we there's metaphysical things going on here today, Rebecca. There's metaphysical things going on today. Some people may call this you find a way to cheat destiny. You're taking destiny into your own hands today. We're not cheating destiny. We're using free will to make real decisions here, which you're allowed to do. You're supposed to do, right? So yeah, that is what's going on. And the gentleman, I like the idea of you not telling him everything. It's good that you only tell what you're comfortable with, and specifically, it's good to sometimes have secrets because it feels good to have them. Like it's very motivational. Makes you feel like you have your own little X file going on here. So you're having something that's like you're the mystery in the room, rather than opposed to he's gonna open up your suitcase, and then you're gonna display everything in writing, and he's reading all through it, and he's making his assessment and telling you, dictating what you do next. But rather, how I like to read. I like to give you the all the important cards, and then you get to decide what you want to do with those. The fact that you have the knowledge, you at least, regardless of your decisions, or you even if your decision to do nothing, you have the cards, you have the power, the free will to do as you choose. So I like the idea that you're choosing not to inform him that this is the path that you're going. But it's also good. It's also so very telling. We know that the pathway is guiding you to go for silk. So it's good that it's become a thing for people to say out loud. Rebecca, you need to be silk. Rebecca, why are you not silk? Why are you not applying for silk? But deep down, I am. I'm in charge of it. Rebecca's in charge of it. I'm leading it. I'm leading the journey though. It's a great idea, but I'm going to lead the journey. Yeah, I love it. I love that. That goes along, by the way. I was fiddling around, and guess what happened? I got the when your special symbol today. It happens occasionally. Self-made. Have you ever heard me mention about the aspect of you being self-made? Oh, that's one of your symbols that comes up every now, like very important times. Like the every time, especially when it talks about you becoming silk, it always talks about that image comes up, the self-made image. Like I did this myself. I created it. I'm doing things my way. I'm receiving clients. I'm getting clients my way. That's you. That's part of your symbols. That and counselor, and there's a few other ones, but this one's a very noticeable one. And yep, I just looked down and I was like, "There's that symbol again for that's Rebecca's, the self-made." And you've been getting this for the past 8 months. So, so just to clarify, I like it. I like this idea. Like not telling him, keeping it like keeping him guessing on his toes. You capturing the A group. We know that you're up there and you're doing like you proof. You know the proof is in the pudding. You said there's things that I intend to do once I become silk. You did those things anyway. So it's like that means universe said there's gonna be things you do as silk that is not doesn't it's probably not even done in this reality yet. You know, you'll see when you get there, and then it'll be in the 3D, and then everybody will know. But you're already doing one like doing things that typically align with silk, and and it's wonderful that he's people. We know it's a group. It's not just him that's taking notice that you're doing. Like you've heard me even say this, and I wasn't. This proof I wasn't speaking presumptuously. I said you are up there, like close to the junior. You're close to like people like very like with great prestige up there, like up there, like with silk and you're up there. So I wasn't just saying that. He says it. Other people are saying it, and of course, you're having dreams that you're approaching a table where there's silk individuals sitting. We know that you belong. You're sitting. You're planning to sit at the table. In fact, you're becoming silk. But this is the path he intended to do it, and it's a perfect path. And we're starting to see manifestations. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to bridge it all to get us bridged into something a little bit more concrete. Mm, okay. Mm, mm. Okay. Okay. Mm, right. Mm, right. Right. Yes. That's an alignment as we approaching a panel. I have a feeling. I have a good feeling about a panel. I do have a good feeling about a panel. Mm-hmm. Mm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. 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 Mm-hmm. Right. Right. And I believe that's the right way to go. You what? Okay. So what I've come to know within our readings, you don't really like to ask anybody for help, even if they could help. You'd rather there's a way to do it yourself. However, it's saved in special cases. You've allowed people to assist, but you've always taken this independent. This works as independent, very independent. When you allow me to read it, usually you're independently. They're asking you, like, "Well, Rebecca, you know better than we do. You tell us." That's the positions you get put into, or you get put in charge of an area in some way. So I definitely 1,000% believe that you're. It's just not natural for you to even like to go through this journey where you're asking the people who are not very favorable to also behave as resources. I like the idea of like the pathway, which is the path that you're already on. You've already begun the journey to go through silk, to go through yeah, to going through silk. We're trying to call this to existence already, but I mean go through the A panel as you described, with having the cases that speak, as you say, speak for itself, the prestigious cases, and manifest those. Even if you decide, I know there was a big question, maybe do this for a year, another like a year. Definitely, if you did it for a wonderful year and that would be phenomenal. That'd be fantastic. Um, I do get the strong sense as well. It's like you entered to silk, but then you're in silk for a year. So it's like it goes into the next year, 2026. And by the time, you're figuring out 2027 or later on in 2026, then it's like, okay, we're focusing on what happens next. Like, what's the next journey to silk? I mean, a lot is going to have happened throughout these months that we're in. 5 months. Gosh, this year's trying to slip by. The rest of 2025 into next year, even if it's 6 months, 7 months out, a lot is going to have happened for sure. That's special for, I believe, your move towards becoming silk. A lot will have happened within a year's turn. But you were very precise when you manifested the A panel. You said, okay, so I joined the A group, I'm in it for a year. That's what I see. It is a matter of how when you officially are in, it seems like that it's something that will naturally, like you said, we invest a year in, it's going to naturally absorb 2020, some of most of or some most of 2026. But on a good note, you got the year in, and it's already time for silk, and it's even the following year. It's maybe later on in the year, but it's the following. It's like you're already in preparation for the next journey, which is not too far away. It's happening so quickly already, and you're like you said, you're already seeing activity. You're already like it. You're definitely in the arena. There's no clearly you stated that first, but we always seen that you were in the arena. You're with amongst the best, so that's a good thing. Right, right, right. Hmm. Right. Yes, because when you receive, okay, you're officially part of the A group. Then you say, okay, officially my year begins. That I think that's what we're leaving out. Like all this time just to, yes, it take time as you the process. Then we find out now we're in the A group. Now we officially can put that down. Like we are A group, and then we're known as that. And then it's like, okay, now this year starts. Then a year begins in that space for the A group. Although you're already, like you said, there's things that you're already doing, even without being a part of these special the special group. You're already tapped into this space, which is that is what's incredible. That's what people are seeing. So it's good. Like your what do you call it? Like they said, your popularity. You'd win the popularity contest if it was if you felt it was right to attend or create the August situation space. If you were to create that space, you would win the popularity contest. You are definitely drawing attention to yourself in a healthy way. I mean, career wise, people are seeing like your activity. That's a yeah, that's very good. Mm, okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. 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 Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Mm. Right. When we look at this from his angle, the gentleman that is asked to be hashtag, and he okay, so he has a very special knack for like he knows how to deliberately, I guess, like like manifest like you okay everything you said, but manifest like publicity, but he also knows how to like attract a very particular like what do you call it group, like very specific group genre. He's a very it's a he's niched. This is like a niche for him, and he's very good at it. So okay, so if we start with that understanding, like it's peculiar, but the model it does what it's meant to do. It's a strange model, but it's for a very specific reason, and it does get you like in these connection tie or these ties. And I also get the sense that people will catch on, like this will catch on with like this style. It's a different style, so you're introducing something new to people. It's new, but I just want to let you know I see success with it if you choose to continue to chip away at it. Like you and also I see you very much a part of very much a part of the the experience. This these like maybe if it's the meetups, perhaps it is it's he's like different different people who have different styles, meeting up, and also make you said making connections where there's overlapping of careers, like things like that. This is favorable. Also, this is a group of, like you said, people who are interested in writing like this, these new styles of writing. This definitely is, it can help you tap into these other styles of writing, types of styles of writing that you're also playing with. But this is like you're doing this with intention because like you wanted to try different style of writing, and being a part of these competitions allows you to do exactly that, but with an intention. Like it was a contest, so to win. Also, it's being as a contest. The I guess more than just the art of winning, but it's the process. It's a little bit more like some Aries vibration, but it's more like the journey in itself, where people are giving you feedback of what they think about your writing or your style, and then of course you're picking up, things that are beneficial or that can enhance. You learn a few methods of your own. So it seems like this is a good thing. I hope you keep it. I hope you keep doing it if you choose to. If you choose, I hope you. Psychically, I feel good about it. That's why I think I'm celebrating it already. But of course, and besides, again, that last piece, to map it back to you, put it back into your hands. You are definitely interested in writing in other methods than the way you usually write. You usually write technical, but you said I want to explore different styles of writing because I need that experience to incorporate with the books I'm writing, the book I'm writing, the books that you're writing. So this is very helpful. Very helpful. Hmm. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Now you're getting it. Yes. Okay. There's a part two, but it's not as lengthy. But I'm listening to what you're saying. I think I'm following your thread. Okay, so in once about two sentences. Okay, this is like a what do you call it? Like there's a 2.0 to this project. Like this is a project, but it's like like it's a project like a demo. There's like a demo version because there's something much more interesting and much more elaborate that's going to follow. Like this is like what the potential of what this PR experience can do, and you're writing literally like this off the top of your mind, a bit of a, like you said, of a few words, not even necessarily a full paragraph, but like a starter of one that you might even consider to be more like a. I mean, that's about enough to write a, somewhat of a statement, piece of statement, like it's a little part of a paragraph that sort of starts a story off, that starts a big paper off, even. So like you write a little bit, it's fiction, but it's like it literally starts off a much bigger paragraph or paragraphs or chapter. even. So yeah, there's something bigger in the wings. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. There's something bigger that he's doing with this. It hasn't elevated there yet. There is a some. There's another. There's something else beyond what he's doing now. But this, with everything you described, it is big. It's a big deal already, but it's gonna be far bigger, and it's gonna involve. I have a feeling it's gonna involve intense writing, like writing that turned to books, like authorship. That's where he's going with this, and authorship, and where he is gonna host ceremonies. I see him hosting ceremonies. I see everybody's invited. Everyone looks nice. Top 100. Oh, we're doing an award. Oh, by the way, so like like here's what the book looks like. It's out now. Yeah, celebrating, authors, like, but strong authors, like like yourself, very strong in your career, your experiences, and words, things like and love, like write because you just do it. It's not a chore. It's something that you are it's attractive to you to write and have that ability and the skills. He's going big. There's something bigger. There's a bigger situation. I just wanted to share that with you. I'm seeing that he got a little reading through you, something that you will use to your. You have the cards though. You get to use this to your benefit because I do believe you definitely would be a part of it. If it was happening tomorrow, you would be there. So will it be successful in terms of PR and network? Yes, 1,000%, 1,000%. Oh, and I gave you insight to, well, what does he want to do? Does he just want to just kind of like be the like moderate, like who's the top 100? That's all he wants to. No, he wants to be the one also who gives like an award. He wants to award like someone, and and where they were able to take this whatever, like this model, sort of the way that everything is sort of set up, and then like you said, expound it and make it into a hardback book that's going on bookshelves soon. So he would love that. Would be his biggest success right there, his biggest vision, his dream. These are things he thinks about, along with his natural career, and he likes to run the like moderating, likes to do the PR thing. But yes, he would love to even have ceremonies and things and acknowledge the person who won, which is good because that means support, that means PR, that means you also sharing with people, a very specific demographic. It's really big, and you get to introduce book. So this is definitely for writers, but writers who are inspired to authoring a book someday. That's what this path is meant for. What it will transform into. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Okay. Well, let's take a look and see what we gather here. Like, what's going on with him, and like, how is he able to? Right now, I get the feeling that he's at the beginning stages. Like he doesn't. I mean, he's on his way for those things to manifest, but this is so in the future. He doesn't see it. It's like trying to look over, a tall wall. He's just not able to see that clearly yet. But I don't think. I think that he's seeing posts. I think he has to, see how they fare, how they fare. That's how he's like you said, how like reaching him, like is it reaching his sights? That's how he's observing this, but I do believe that he's from time to time like somebody who is new, kind of like see the potential here. But he also believes that naturally on your own that you will, expand. But does he like he sees your skill, your potential, help. Okay, suppose like he does help, so he's a helper. He's a peacemaker. It's natural for him to network. That's his habitat. Networking is his habitat. It's like they say, it's like he breathes this. He like get out there and network. Like that just how goes hand in hand with him. He's activated, when this happens. Also, he feels like he's in a perfect situation. He's happiest when he's like this makes his day, I guess. And they said that this also is happening with Soul Tribe. Soul Tribe, everybody in the legal field, like, okay, so counsel is back. That's your special symbol. So barristers, people in these kinds of fields, in all kinds, and all types. Life purpose, yep, he's part of the life purpose and media. So he is definitely, um, he says that it takes patience. Okay, he may not interact or engage the first one, but then over time, then he begins to do it. Meaning he did like you begin to take off, he begin to notice, he begins to read the types of posts. You know, he's what type of like what is attractive? Mystery. Like people like your industry, right? But then they also like the mysteries. Like Matlock. Like they like mystery, investigator, like who's an investigator has to go in there and find their own proofs. Like that. This may be speaking to the author side. I'm so sorry. This is speaking more to like what kind of like material is he interested in, that kind of thing. What is it? What is the pull towards? Okay, if he's pulled towards you as a barrister, and also other people, whether if they're barristers or not, what is the attraction there? If they're only going to write, you know, um, not a full paragraph. What is so attract? He's attracted to mystery writing, like a lot of like that. So things that are, like about in like investigative works, things like where people are discovering facts through their investigation and research and that kind of thing. He like you said, so that's his sort of entertainment. Like you said, excuse me, fictional things. So what kind like there's a sword and sorcery people, right? Then there's a people that likes the private eye people, or the people who like the lawyer who not just goes to the court but is also walking through up and down neighborhoods, getting clues to help better shape the case. That is the kind of stuff he likes, or mystery, excuse me. That's the kind of mystery, all the mystery stuff. That's his. That is what he's attracted to. If you just in case you wanted to know, because you could write about anything. He says fictional, anything fictional. But he's hoping specifically. He's looking for you all, like very specific individuals, because naturally, what they would write about things that they're familiar and connected with, and this is definitely the area that he likes. Mm-hmm. No, the bridge is your book writing, this writing. There's a connection. There is definitely a connection to different styles, and you happen to be writing mystery. You do write mystery. You're writing a book that is about mystery and all these kinds of things. Of course, can this allows you to create, try out something like pitch a little bit of a pitch. It's a little longer than a pitch, but it's enough characters to get to do a very detailed pitch. and say, look, this is something interesting. It's a fictional piece. You write it, and you're like, wow, that was really good. I like to hear more of that. If you would expound on that, could you expand it? And then, of course, you would. So that is that's the withdrawing. That's the we say connecting the dots here. Those are the dots. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. You take the joy out of it. Yeah, we don't want to take the sap the joy. Okay, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 The good thing is we you were already working on this months ago because like you're developing your because if you develop this yourself energetically, it will be impossible for like a Danny to let anybody to come in and make it boring for you. Like they won't be able to take your experience and make it their own because you'll be like you're posting because you enjoy it. Oh, this is all tying into where you telling your story. Like you're doing the technical writing, but you're also learning how to tell a story and how to link stories and conversations and posts as like they have a connection even if they're not like back to back necessarily, but they can link and trail or lead back to previous dialogue and to the new updated conversations, and then of course then you interwoven with like you gave examples of letting people in a little bit into who you are, um, like in terms of like you said, your wins, your successes, what you've learned, and even maybe a favorite something that you just like, that gives you a bit of character. Yeah, so you're working on this. I just wanted to raise that vibration because now you're starting to you're seeing it. You're recognizing what's going on here. The we talk about the PR stunts. You're recognizing it for what it is. It's a kind of like a game show. It's a show. They're putting on a show. They're showing their real life, but it's also like a reality. They're showing the reality show. They're showing their life, and they're making it engaging, or they're making it where it's enticing for people to get caught up in the lives of these influencers who are in the legal world. And gosh, what do they see? What do they know? And then come to find out, they know about life too. They don't, not just book stuff. The conversations that they've had to sit and down and listen to. Everybody's like interested, kind of like the conversation we had about your book, where you describe your characters. What in the world have they seen? So it definitely, like you said, they figuring out a way to tell a story. And you're all right. When people create these agencies or firms, and they become backed by firms or agencies, or individual is backed by by an entity, yeah, that is a difficult one to compete with. And like a lot of energy and time. So, but not, how do you do that then as an individual, or somebody who's coming across as like independent, and maybe you're not bringing in an agency, or your agency doesn't want to participate? Well, the way that you intended to do it, where it was all interwoven, that works. That will work for you. That will work for you, because you are expanding, and you are touching into the part of the PR that's where it's becoming on the level of publications, and or PR teams, public or PR, what's called PR releases, or public releases. Yeah, you're finding your way there. The on switches are turning on, but like you said, this is taking time for you to cultivate. But you're doing this the right way. Um, so far as like, does this ever speed up? Does it ever pick up? Yes, yes, it's picking up as we speak. It's picking up because now you're starting to understand what the demand is, and you're willing, well, you understand how to create that safely for yourself, like make responsibly and safely for yourself, what you're comfortable with. Yeah, so it's happening. It's there for you. And also like how to implement the other, like the magazines, the article writing. You're getting there. You're getting it together, and of course you're going to, like you said, you also even have a special way to attract their unique or very different readers. So you're figuring that out as well. It's just that right now you're seeing how everything is played. You're getting used to the rules. Like when you describe what they're doing versus how you are going to approach it, or how you shouldn't be approaching it and thinking about it. The way that you were thinking about it in its original form, and plus with this now, the newfound information giving you context. I think you're ready to embrace this fully. This whole creating your platform, creating your story. I mean, I think you're ready to embrace it. Now that you know the rules that at least the world is playing by. That's going to gain them success. Of course, it's going to gain your path specifically will gain you success. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. well, right. And now remember, that's part of creating the platform. So months ago, this was a conversation that you did bring up. Not to say I told. No, it's not that. I promise. You also suggested that yes, I have blogs and travel and seen things, and I have even photos of from you talk of something that you found that was like a that belongs in a museum, like a statue, and you said, yeah, there's history here, and you could do, like you said, a travel blog in this conversation, where you would basically explain, like, oh yeah, this is a piece, and it's they're taking care of it, or well, this is what it means, and I was lucky enough to be here, and here's the photos, me standing next to it. You've described descriptions of like where you were walking up these very steep steps up, and it's very something that's not easy. But you talk about that. That's also like so. I'm giving you confirmation that a full on yes, and especially if you can. Okay, so now you could just decide today I'll just post a blog, or you can interweave it into part of the story fabric. Right. If you can creatively, like you're writing your book in creative ways, interweave the travel blog into your story as a technical writing barrister, amazing barrister. That is what we're going for. um, mhm, 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 mhm. Hmm. Right. Um. Let's look at this energetically, because there's a part of me that I know this has been a goal to achieve, where we're going writing once a week. I feel like it's necessary. Like we need to write once a week to get the results we need. But I want to read just a straight vibration here. They said information coming in and going with you over a long period of time. Okay, energetically, it's good in a lot of ways. It's a lot of energy here. However, it it will help you to see much more clearly, have much more clear vision about the future, and like the reason for writing. So it's good in some ways. It's high energy though. It's very busy. Like it's kind of like something that clearly becomes routine. Will you have the energy, the creative fire? Will you be supported? Yes, and including through like electricity needed, right? Through Uranus, Mars vibration, you have abundance and wealth of energy. That was what I was more looking for. Would energy over a long period of time, consistency, yes. Actualization. So you're gonna find that this really works. So like, what works and what is the illusion? Like you're this, I guess you're picking apart what is real and what is not. What is not real doesn't work for your posts, but what is real does. Do you manifest get anything of substance, even emotionally? Yes, you do get emotional stimulations from it, that good feeling, the feelings that come with having completed the task. Also, your path number on this one is twos. Your path is very independent, individual. However, writing allows you to um, be in cooperation or be in some form of duality, which is a protection. So you have all the twos here. Let's see, the ones that you will have at disposal: energy and your, I guess, inspiration from another. Also, your like your wisdom allows you to where to place the knowledge. Well, writing the blog, you will be able to, like, will I have be able to come up with the ideas? Yes, 1,000%. And then the other half, will it tangibly manifest? Yes, it will tangibly create, if you want to say, opportunities. It will get having engagements and readers, etc. The parts that need to be, I guess, fulfilled are, maybe the way that it is communicated and shared. So there's that one, but I think that's going to happen naturally. And then emotionally, how you feel about things. A lot of this is just absolutes, like speaking in absolutes, like tangibly getting these articles written, enjoying the process, getting them to the readers. So that in that sense, the last piece is um, um, you're still searching for something. There's still something more emotionally that you're seeking to achieve. They said that you're one, but however, there's kind of like this is this is the journey that you needed because you're one step away from discovering exactly what that is. So this does not solve your entire riddle. This doesn't it, but it does give you a solution. Give you a solution about consistency, writing per week, and then getting a nice return from it, and then all the lessons of the activity. But there's still something that you're looking for that you're still searching. You're still searching. This may have more to do with through the fact that there's your blog and article writing, and then there's the book. That might be what's going on here. You might be still pulling in the fact that you want to be farther along with the writings when it comes to the book. I think that's where it is because this is more like personal desires, and you mentioned that quite a bit, that how important that this is becoming. And then so in this part of the reading, when I tapped into it, which why I'm doubling down is I saw you in interviews, I saw you recognized for the book. So that was important for you. This is becoming important for you. But this is the pathway to take to get you to the book writing because it's like you're facing it. You're looking beyond the surface to see what's really is no longer holding you back, but what's now bringing you forward. And you're like, I'm ready to do the book. I'm ready to write some chapters, put some pages, and on the table and go through them. Like you really are going forward. I feel that it's a lot of work, but I think that it's good work. Like how there's good stress as well. There's bad stress, but there's also good stress. This feels like good energetic experience. A lot of work, but good work. Work that you actually enjoy. That you're like, well, I welcome that. That's a good thing. I like to do the blogs, and I like when the blogs are successful. That's the energy that I get today. Mm. Um, like you said, well, I believe that like okay, so like you said, you're doing that you're technically doing the writing, and you're doing the writing of in all its forms. Of course, uh, both your technical style of writing and the fictional style of writing, all the types of writings that you want to to try. And but then like you then technical, borrowing that word, technically I'm doing this writing, but it's not filling me up because the real um, encore is the fact that when I write a big chapter, when I write chapter 6 for the book, that one feels more like it's nourishing. That one feels like a gourmet plate. So, like I feel like you're going to like bask in that energy. You'll be proud of the articles. You'll be proud of how consistent you've been, how you found a like a knack for bridging the posts. But then you just start to think more about, but not in a, oh gosh, am I being selfish? Like, here I am getting rewarded for the articles, and here I am complaining to the universe about me, and not, like me writing my book and getting that out there. But it's not in a selfish way, but it's more like, okay, now I know what I must do if I want to get this book written. I know what I have to do now. I know exactly how to approach and writing the book, and I'm doing it already. Maybe I should just try it out and see what happens. So that's what I mean. Like technically, that's what technically you are just concentrating on, or you begin to concentrate on the book, on writing more for the book, which that becomes something that you want to do in order to find to gratify the, although it's the blogs each week is excellent in spite of that. You want to write the book. Mm-hmm. It's a good thing, and it happens for you. This is a good sign that this is coming out like it is, because you also do need articles, though. You do need articles, and you know that you need a lot of them. You do need more articles, and you've been planning this out for weeks now to post more, post more often, and also open your experience to other readers, types of readers. You seem to be open to other demographic, and this is just an addition. The book, is a necessary addition, the ultimate unity with the universe, co-creating with the universe. So it's a good thing across the board. It's just like you said, it's explain the technical sides of how you're going to manifest all these things. Mm-hmm. 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 Beautiful. That's the goal. To not mention him at all, but make him come read all about it. That keeps the power in your vortex. Okay. Kind of a pyramid. You heard of the raising power? That's what we're doing. We're raising power, but it's not. If we raise a power, it's meant to. If you want to think of it in terms of pyramid or cone, it's not meant to for Dan Needle, a Dan Needle. When I say a Dan Needle, anybody to come along and pull that power out or sabotage the upward incline of that power. Right? We want it nice and firm. And of course, as more tight as it is, they say, and the faster it goes up, the more tight, the more it spins, right, faster, and of course more steady, more powerful. So we want to stay focused. In other words, it's channeling and focusing that energy, the power that you're seeking to keep out of Dan Needle's hands. That's what I'm saying, and it happens. You do it. So okay, I like how you started it off. I just wanted to bring that to our attention again. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he has to trick you to do that because that's a space of delusion, an illusion. Okay, Maya. Okay, right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Oh, very wise. And it's also helpful. It helps people to reintegrate even. It sounds like there's some rehabilitation, like some second chance through hard knocks, of course. They got to learn a lesson. Wow, that is brilliant. See, see what you do with the your powers. Uh, wow, that is genius. That's so genius. So you want to write about that? You want to know? Well, you know that's going to be success. That is going to be a success, no doubt. That post will be a success. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. Absolutely. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. You have to be careful because all right. So you know how we are in the age of Aquarius, but we are a year, and it's like okay, well, a year and a half, right? Roughly. However, there are people that like the old way. They liked more like okay, if we entered new age of Aquarius, but people who like the old age, age of Capricorn. and they like not knowing much. I hate to say it that way, but either they draw to untruths, or they like to know less of the truth, because there's some people like who actually are getting rewarded for maintaining a truth that everyone is comfortable with, or if you come in with this new finding, it changes everybody's reality. They don't want their reality messed with, and they'd rather say, no, you're not, I'm not going to let you come in and mess up my reality, or you just have it wrong, you just haven't woke up yet, or you haven't, I hate to use that, excuse me, let me reframe that. When you become more, you read into a little bit more, then you're going to know that we were right, so it's that kind of vibe. So you do have to kind of be careful, because that also, when they say, they get you worked up, right? Get you to go into the descent and then hang out down there, and then that is where it's murky, and that's also where it's, as you say, where the delusion happens. We're in the illusion of things, and the illusion is all information. By the way, the age of the next sign over after Aquarius is age of Pisces. Age of Pisces means perfect information. That we are, this age is about self awareness, because you are so aware. You're aware of certain knowledge. Good. It's not about it being fact or not. It's beneficial or not. That's more proper. And you're realizing your awareness is telling you that what they're proposing, or not, and or not saying nothing or lack thereof, or maybe what they're saying, it's not beneficial as a whole. Let me introduce another type of information. So you're becoming aware that because some people are living, okay, so if you're, some people behave like they're in the 2D. Like, if, okay, so when you become, okay, so you become 3D, right? And then you become a sentient in 4D. When you become, this is in terms of just a person on the page. They become, when they become, what makes them 3D is when they become sentient, when they become aware. So some people behave, not that they are 2D. We're not calling people 2D, but they are in this. They're in a 2D mind right at the moment, like the operation, but it's operational for them, and so it serves as a function to keep the information that you may have to a minimal. So you do have to find crafty ways to introduce, to where then they start to look about them and realize, wait a minute, I'm not the only one on this page. That's when they become 3D, 4D, well, 4D, then 3D, because they realize, wait a minute, there's other people operating on the page with me. That's what I mean by 2D, 3. The 2D is like, I'm living my life, and I'm not paying anybody no mind. I don't, there's nobody else's opinion. I only create here. That's 2D thinking. But then the 3D is, there are other people. There are depth to my world, and other people are in the 4D, having an exchange and a conversation with me, even nonverbal, that is helping to create this world, that a reality that I exist in. So, because I'm not the only person here with a mind. So that is your that's what this is what you're traveling, you're traversing here. Okay, so and so that's why you don't want to get caught up in the fact that, like, whether people are, they could post, whatever they post, or lack thereof, and then they get the views, and then, like you said, but that's very low dimensional. That's like what are they getting out of that, right? So then you coming in as a from a 4D perspective. Perspectively, you come in as a 4D, as a 3D person, right? You're in the 3D, but you're coming in perspectively as a 4D, and saying, hey, to their 2D, then they look up, and then they realize they're becoming 3D, and they're like, what did I just read? Or what, my reality is shaking. Like, what's going on? That's what you're doing. But that's also your gift, though. Your gift is the realm of information. So you do have a gift, you have a life purpose to as you help other people become aware, self-aware. So we mustn't get caught up in that, get pulled into that murky, because then we start to have all our doubts and things. We don't want to get caught. Then we start to, like, what is it worth it? Like, is it even worth doing all this? Like, I put so much work and time and effort, and for what? It's we mustn't we mustn't get tripped up in that. They're not running laps around you, because the universe's algorithm, basically it ends up becoming spiritual spam, and it doesn't go anywhere. Those don't go anywhere. They get an like a one time endorphin, right? Whatever, however that goes. Melatonin, the thing that gets them adrenaline, but then it's over. The information you share is lasting. It will change the world. What happens? What you write, even, okay, let's say fewer people saw yours than the person who saw, of something very, very strange, and it just didn't say anything, and it was also very general. But yours actually passes a law. Who is more valuable? Even if that person has, whatever many different likes, more engagement, more views, but which one is more important? Like, okay, you got yours in thousands, they got theirs in the tens of thousands, but yours actually passed the law. Who is more valuable? Who is more important? Now, society might weigh it. Somebody who is saying, "Would you please promote our product?" They might weigh it. Society might put a value on it, but universe put a different type of value on yours. Not to say that you're only going to get a few thousand. You're going to get a lot. I think you're going to get a lot of engagement. I think you're going to get thousands of. I think you're going to do really wonderful in terms of engagement. As a matter of fact, I'm just saying we mustn't become tricked into saying, like, what is all this work for then? If they don't care, why should I care? We mustn't get remember, that's the Maya. That's the big trick. That's an illusion. Maya means illusion. That's an illusion. That's the illusion. The that you're not making the difference, that you're the splash you believe that you want to make, that you're not making. That's an illusion. When yours might, because somebody important reads yours, right? And even if it only has a few, like, whatever, less than, it has a less, but they read yours and they go in and they go and change a law, or they change a practice within their own structure, or behind closed doors, or in their industry, or on their floor, in their office, and they say, "I read this article, it changed my life." What is more valuable? Who's more valuable? Yours definitely holds value, for sure, 1,000%. I know you could. I know that the counter argument could be, well, the person could have made their day. They could have. Yes, it could. They could have been most happy. Oh, it made me happy. It made me laugh. It made me smile. It put me in a good feeling. So you also have to consider: are they just reading these types of things because, like, reading a good joke? They just wanted to laugh. It got them out of a funk. That is good. We celebrate that. We want no one in the realm of harming themselves. We want them to come out of that, away from those kinds of thoughts. If that worked for them, that's phenomenal. But also, your work really can also do, like they said, change laws of the land, change the landscape. That they wake up to in the morning, after read it as, oh, this is the number one trending topic. And you said it, okay, but they got the views, but they didn't say anything about it. Maybe they had a wrong perspective on it. And universe saw that and said, we're going. Universe still said, no, regardless of what society says, which one is more attractive or appealing, we're going with Rebecca's. Rebecca's is more aligned. It's more, like, it's aligned with the universe. With it aligns more with our values, the values of the gods, if you will. So you're making the bigger difference. I'll say it. You're making the bigger difference. You're producing the highest value that universe will honor, even when the Dan Needles group or people like won't, even if they don't, universe will. So many reasons to stay plugged into the gift and continue writing blogs, even if you don't. And the energy that, like, okay, but every now and when their energy pull on me, and I just want, and I want to go into this ponder. The fact that you haven't addressed their vibration and tagged them or tapped in, and then you go and you pour that vibration into the article, that also is manifestation. You're manipulating their intention to pull you and distract you. You're manipulating their intentions now, like, what do you call it, manipulating matter. Okay, an alchemist, a spiritual alchemy. Right, you're changing the dull metal, the dull energy that they're causing you to try to vibrate on, to keep you from becoming vibrationally intense, so that you can execute like wonderful, blogs. Instead, you're able to channel that in and create like compelling and high energy type blogs, like engaging blogs, amazing blogs. So you're able to coast on that energy, ride that energy out like a storm. Not like a storm that is coming in and is coming to swoop and take everything, sweep everything out. Instead, we're gonna ride that energy into the direction we want to go. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll be quick. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. What I can see is structurally, business wise, also working with you, it seems to be beneficial. They're using the word capital. It feels like he's worth your time, value wise. Okay. Energetically, he's amazing. So it's going to be exciting. You two work together dynamically. I think that you both are going to be full of like high intellectuals, like sharp energy, sharp minds here. I see well-rounded type energy. Oh, and home, working with home, time working, to self. This is very good in a big way. So this is a full-on yes. I read a little bit further on. He and you, by the way, will be a wonderful communications team. Like being in communication, it's very highly favorable in so many levels. It even aligns with your Jupiter. It also aligns with your personality to, your solo projects. It also aligns with the fact that you can do these things from your personal space or from home. There's just a lot of good reasons. Also, it's connected. Lastly, with a lot of the like personal value you gain from it. So what would it be beneficial for me? You would say for you, Rebecca, 1,000%. In fact, that's what it speaks to. It's like you only have to gain from this. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Right. I like his energy. I feel that he will know, like he's more personable. You might feel like he knows, like like people want like they say, I want to work with you, and then you might ask them, okay, so what do you know about me? Or how you want to work with me? You haven't even you haven't read anything about me. You haven't researched about me. You're not even asking. You just want to work with me. That's it. So he's that type that okay. Like he might even visit your LinkedIn. Most likely he will. Like okay, so have you written anything? LinkedIn. Okay, I'll follow you on LinkedIn or I'll check it out. Like he will want to get to know you. Um, definitely maybe find your like, you, like what do you call it? Anything written on about you, anything that you might have like a profile. He would definitely. He's that type. So that means if he's worked with you, he's gonna know you. Like of course, in terms of applying right with him for silk, he will definitely do his due diligence and be like, okay, I know, I want to work with Rebecca, and I know about Rebecca. I've read about her. That's him. Um, I like. They said that you both have your differences. He's different and you're different, and but it says it's psychically, so that means in a huge noticeable way. But that's what makes you both unique, like likable to each other. Like you will like what makes him different, and okay, and he's gonna like what makes you you. Um, and he's not okay. It says unawakened, so it's like you both don't know each other yet, but will come to know. There will be unexplainable situation where it's like I think I know you. Well, I think it's like I remember you from like I know something about you. Is that's the feeling, and of course, the relationship will be amazing. If you want to say agree, where you both become in agreement, forge an agreement alliance. How it plays out on the other half of this is, first of all, highly available. So his availability right now is perfect timing to be in touch with him. He helps also this time. You know how sometimes we're just we're kind of like in a spinning our wheels, and somebody like a Graham comes in and helps guide us out of the maze. He does that, like the maze of paperwork, for example, of applying for silk process. He's magic in his own way. Soul activation, you'll feel like, oh, I'm empowered. I've got the power now. It's like, yo, you've got the power, Rebecca. You can manifest this path where the path working. It's very nice, unexpected, wonderful, turn of events, like turning things around, turning negatives into positives. It's the romancing of life, like when we have a romantic idea of how simple things can be. Like, okay, so you apply, you get accepted, they like it, and you get to move to the next stage. Now we start to think about it like, but of course, then there's life terms, right? Like, we have to move on life terms, and well, life doesn't always open doors, and sometimes those doors, you have to try again, but in this case it's like this in reverse, so he's able to bring about the romantic sense of, okay, I'm applying for silk, all the paperwork, everything is done accurately, he's guiding me through this smoothly, I can now move forward. Graham is good. I think that the lady, the kiss connection, she's distracted. Her mind isn't. completely focused. She's not completely focused for this task. I think she doesn't want to commit to anything she doesn't believe she's going to follow up with. Um, Typically, generally, she's a best bet. She would, if she would, if she was in the right space, she would actually fulfill this with you. Something that Graham will do. It seems like Graham is the one out of the two who's meant to do this with you. So he's definitely out of the, she is has a no above her. Graham has a yes above him. Like Graham is the one who helps with the process. She's just not in the right zone right now because she can agree, but then she okay. Yes, and she doesn't even know that you what you're going to even ask her. You know you weren't even going to ask her anything. She doesn't even know if you were going to ask her anything. Hmm. It's not like you said, "Oh, I want to talk to you something, so we've got to meet." It wasn't even like that. It was just, let's do this, let's do this. But it was like energetically, you can look at her. Her energy is just kind of spread out thin these days. She's all over the place these days. Mm-hmm. 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 I like Graham. Graham is a full on yes. He's the one with the yes, and she's the one with the no. Like no, as in she might advise Graham. She might get some long distance advice, but Graham is he's the one that I saw that's the hands on. He's the one that's doing the leg work in this, like getting the work done. Okay, 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 okay. Hmm. No, right. Hmm. Right. Graham is a good one. At least okay, they said okay, this is a great place to start because they said right now he's highly available as we are speaking right now. So maybe we can just touch base with him and then grade him, and then if the grade is high enough, and then maybe go forward based on the grade you give him. I'm going to be honest with you. I like the one you mentioned. Nothing against him. I know he will do what he can do. But Graham seems to be, he's just a different energy. I think that you're going to feel a different situation with Graham. I'm not saying you're going to choose Graham over the person whom you said mentioned, who is a few thousand pounds. He's going to be part of the process. But I feel like you meet and touch base with the Graham. I think you're going to really get a good energy, a vibration from him to do something with him, to work either to work with him or maybe get a little piece of information from him. I think he's going to leave you with a good feeling that at least will say, okay, let me think about this. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. 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 He's available at like right now, and the spirit world is like wanting you to be in touch with him this week, maybe even tomorrow. Yep, they do. That is weird. I'm just saying. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Right. This this gives a strong sense that this dream is really about her as a person that you're picking up on. This is not even a projection dream. It's not a dream. It's a dream like about events happening to you, but it's also a bit of like it's a dream that's actually like a it's meant to be taken serious. It's not a premonition. Okay, so the garden represents life, represents the garden. Like that is your garden, and that is your your Kevin's garden. The garden is also, you two get to have reconciliation. You know what that means? You both are basically Adam and Eve. You get to go back to the way it was. Yeah, okay. So I mean that's the symbol of the garden. Um, in tarot language, to bring in a little bit of metaphysics here, we're not getting so serious here. Is the lovers? The lovers is also aligned with Gemini, so which is twin flames, the soulmate. You know the story of the Gemini, when the Gemini is the God separated the souls that once were one, and they became two, and had to throughout life had to find each other again. That's okay. That's your story. Okay, so in the garden, you found your twin flame, and then here she comes with her negativity, and that hence the sweet peas and offering them, and then there's and then to support that, like how you can put those scatter those, you says they're dead, they're not even producing life, but you're like, well, what can I do with them but bring them back to life? Here you've got this, the cat, the poo, and it's like, do I want to work, like, if I like, that her the reason why that's in your hands is because, first of all, her journey was never planted. The symbols for the garden represent things we planted in lives, like things that we rooted into our lives, like roots and things like that. This is something that didn't take root. That the cat poo, the meaning that it's never rooted. This never happened. So basically, what you say, what happens when we don't allow, like, let's say, passerby souls to take root. They come, they grow and learn. Life continues. They don't disappear. Like, oh, that was a mirage. See, it wasn't real. No, you're having a vision and a dream about somebody who's moved on, who's they've moved on with life. They never did the deed. So what happens if okay? So there's the deed, right? The big deed. Uh, she tries to, seduce your husband, but it never happened. Well, okay, okay. What if the story says, "Oh, it never happened though," and that's therefore the seed, the whatever it was, the sweet peas were never planted in yours and Kevin's garden. It just never took root. Something that it was never If it's never taken root, there's nothing here to nourish the cat food. Nothing is. There's no cultivating it. There's no dressing up and making it look pretty. Nothing like that. There's no accepting. Okay, I have to accept this as part of our experience, and I have to deal with that on a daily. Nothing like that. So she's just here in spirit form, not that her human. I mean, the 3D version of her is can be trusted. Not saying okay, we can now relax or take our eyes. No, I'm not saying anything like that. I am saying spiritually, right, yeah, everything you said, but spiritually, this is this is like a continuum of the story. The continuum of the story that okay, none of that happened. I'm in a different place. I've learned my lesson. Hence, well, I'm a school teacher. Like I'm here. I'm identifying that I found my purpose. I'm living my life. Look, I give this to you into your hands. Look, see, it's not even part of the garden. I'm not even part of, your husband's or your experiences. His experiences are now your experiences, and your experiences are Kevin's experiences. So she's just saying, I'm just here, and I'm just letting you know that nothing happened, and I'm just saying things as they are, and this is the continuum of the events of the 3D world, which is anything. It could be anything and everything. I could be a school teacher and just haven't found somebody else. Everything except I'm not in your lives. Anything and everything you want to imagine, except I'm not in your lives, and I have, there's no because if let's say those were planted, we would of course we know how to uproot them. We would just uproot them, and we figure out how to get that energy out of the garden. But yeah, she's just passing through to let you know that you're you, like be prosperous and and work on the healing. You found your life companion. He is truly your life companion, and it doesn't involve her. She's still here doing the 3D world, the past cross, but the intentions is not to make a play for for Kevin any time in the future, and definitely and really stressing the fact that it never happened in the past. So she's giving you a confirmation that the feelings could be there, the openness, for example, could be there, right? But none of that manifested into anything like because we know that Kevin didn't entertain it, but it's not entertained. But nothing happened from her angle with her hands in the mixing bowl. Nothing was created. Mm-hmm. 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 Right, and spiritually, but not. But she moved on from you, and even in 3D. But we still, she could very, that's her without the mortal the firmament, because she's got the lessons she has to learn as a with a body, a spirit with a body. So she definitely could still be like, like like you like be repelled by your energy, or that she feels like she can't be friends with you or be cordial. She could still be, but she's over the idea of affecting your lives, and she never had a shot. That she could be upset by that. She just never was even given the opportunity. It never was that's something that's not available to her. It's not available to her. Mm-mm. Kevin wasn't going to do it anyway, but so she could still be that 3D the human part of herself, but on the spiritual level, she made the visitation, and this is an event. Karmically, she's able to release this, so something she doesn't have to hold anymore. So that's a good thing that she didn't develop any karmas from this, and but no attachments for you either. That's called a karma, no action rendered. So there's karma, right? The regular spelling, but then you add an A in front of it, and that means action with where there's no action rendered. Actually, is what it means. No rendered, no action from it. Meaning, if there's no action from it, there's no attachment from it. This is how that. This is why those. This is definitely would have been we call karmic relationship. What happened, right? But then what happens when you meet people that you're in a crossroads where you could make an action. We have so much. See, people, free will is underrated. People make fun of it all the time. We don't really have free will, but we have so much free will that we literally can even decide if we create an attachment or not, and or have a karma developed from that action or not. Because people come in all the time and breaks karmic contracts all the time, right? Okay, they break spiritual contracts all the time, and it's worded differently. You can call it breaking bonds. Breaking contract is pretty normal. Everybody knows that one. But you can call it breaking cords, severing cords. People do it all the time. Get out of karmic bonds. But we say that, because this person is soul path, we have to interact with them. There's no choice. That's not true. I mean, we can take away. We have free will. I mean, to take away that choice and say, I'm going to engage that person or no. In this case, no karma. I mean, it's all across the board. That not even like it's one sided, because like she could get the karma and you don't have to have attachments, and nothing happened here. Not even like, okay, no attachment for you, but attachment to Kevin. No, no, Kevin wasn't even gonna entertain the idea. She has a karma. She naturally is attached, and then it becomes a karmic relationship. But nothing happened here, so it's a karma, no karma rendered. That means everybody kind of did what they were supposed to do, and can continue their journey. They can continue their journey. There's other lessons though. There's other tests. But and this is how sometimes people get out of, like some people map out their way to, wait, I guess, to the other side, and they're saying, I don't want to come back. Or, well, oh yeah, you did it. Break contracts where you don't have to come back again to be in somebody's soul group, or soul circle or something, to have a spiritual tie with them in another lifetime. So okay. So the meaning, there's no attachment, no karmic situation. She's not someone, and vice versa, where you both have to engage each other in the future, because that was also a thing where, but if you don't face it now, you'll have to face it again in the future or another lifetime, and that's quite not true. That's not true. That can happen if there's already like a previous karmic contract open, and we just simply pass it up, and then it'll revisit us in another way, like a Saturn's return, which we are in a return right at the moment of Saturn in retrograde, and more so, and also in retrograde to add. Which means, but now the way that I read those is everything is happening in slow motion enough to, of course, everything associated to Saturn instead of Mercury. So it's all about like the past, like things that, like for example, the best example is you preparing for silk, and everything is so energetically everything is slow enough for you to deal with the level A, the level A group, and everything that events wise come with that, and begin to go forward into the direction you want to find your resolve. As they would say, karmic, like what with my karma, what do I have to do? That's it for you. It's you're part of your karmic journey. Your northern node is about rising to silk, which you're on your way to doing. You're definitely on your way. So that's a good thing. So you're this so far your dream is empowering. Your dream is empowering and also very clear, very clean, clear, like clearing energy, very clear energy here. Mm, mm, mhm, mm, mhm, 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 mhm. Yeah, she's describing the relationship in the 3D, the pink and the connection to actual things that you are that's not favorable to your diet. That is all that all is intertwined. But the fact that is the pink element that's Venusian world, like universal. You know the concept of universal love. It's also the the number for the earth, which is five. Also, very Venusian, very Venus vibrations here. What it's illustrating is just on a friend, like as friends, like neighborly vibrations. She didn't have anything personal against you. It was just that they were just both of your energies just wasn't aligned, like an alignment. Not that you both were bad on each other. You probably would actually help each other or do something respectful or even favors, but it wouldn't be like you say, "Oh, this is somebody who's gonna be my long term friend, and she's always present, always here." Like she would be in your life in stages, but she definitely would follow up with you. Like she's apologizing for the like she would have got like to have gotten to know you better. What I'm hearing, it's like I feel like vibrationally I'm apologizing because I would have hoped to have gotten to talk to you and gotten to know you better, but I just wasn't in the right. Everything going on with me, I just wasn't ready. I didn't know how to deal with those emotions. It wasn't you. It wasn't that I could not appreciate your friendship. I just wasn't ready. I didn't have the tools at the time. And then you realize, okay, if I would have, because some of us will forge that relationship anyway, and and then it becomes the lumpy pink and also bad combination with you. All that represents had I tried to establish that friendship anyway. Even if I would have got some good things out of it, like with good intention, it still would have been a disfavorable thing. It would not have been the right action. That's what it's saying. It's kind of like don't feel bad. Maybe another time, when I have grown inside, maybe their paths will cross again in another type of situation. But this is why we didn't make a connection in the past, and don't feel bad about it. And then you saw it, and it's like, oh, this is not kind of like, oh, this is not fruitful. And you look up, and she's gone. She said what she needed to say. And usually when they go like that, when they just up and vanish, it's more than, oh, they woke up to go get a glass of water. It's more than that. It's I'm just joking. It's more so that it mean when they just disappear when you look, or they've disappeared as like you looked up and they're gone. That represents that out of life, like reality as well. So you might not really hear from her. Like I mean, but she's still in the 3D. I mean, if you go hunt for her, that's that's different. But if you go hunt for her and find her, but she typically is gonna be gone. Like she's out of your reality. Like you're not trying to look for her intentionally with intention. You might not even see her again. Like she'll stay out of your way at least. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You were. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. From that type of thoughts. Yep, she came back to let you know, like she's, you know, um, it doesn't mean that you're part of an old life, that she's putting her life away and she's, transcended the earth, to another dimension, other higher upper, realms of heavens. That's not quite how we would describe this. We just describe this as, in life where you both share that she's moved forward with the life where she's, whatever lessons she needed to work through, she was able to transcend or finally move forward with her life. Um, and oftentimes when we do that, we are much better version than ourselves. Not saying we have to go to visit soup kitchens, but we could be just very like we could be thinking about, oh, I just reminded of a friend I know, somebody who I know very dear, really went out of their way. I could have been much nicer. She's talking about you. So it could be that that she just having a bit of a life epiphany at that, a life epiphany. And then of course looking back and saying, a lot of us do. We look back and said, I wish I. Some of us wish we could have said just more than a hello, but some of us wish we would have said not the words we chose. And a person that is like a stranger, not even a relative, is like, I was wrong for that. And you realize, you start to see that person from the mind's eye, and you're like, that was a human being, and I really said that, or why did I do that? I almost had a perfect record of being nice to people, except for that person. What about them made me not nice to them? And you're like, I wish I could go. If I could go back, I would not have done that. It feels like that's like her situation is like, especially her situation vibration. She's like, we could have really, like, I really could have. We could have been really close. Like we could have been really good friends, but I just didn't know how to be like without taking it, wanted to take advantage of you. They said that she could extend the friendship and you would actually get some good things, and she would even, in her whatever she could do in her power, she would do it. But it felt like it would end up where you were giving, like in a destructive, in a bad way, more to her than she had to offer for you in value. Like you didn't really need her in that way, in that context. You didn't need her for that. Um, so it wasn't nothing that she was going to give you, but it's not. But it's definitely saying that if there were an occasion that she could have done something for you that would have helped you along, she would have done it. But even though that didn't come up, it's just like okay, but to establish that connection, still it was not. It turned out to be not favorable. They say that, like they said, every like not all good, not all actions, good actions are actually beneficial. Like there's good actions with good intention, but not all of them are beneficial to us. So we shouldn't. There's some actions that are actually good that we shouldn't do simply because it's, as you said, it's like this bowl of pink, you know, some type of food that's unagreeable to you. It's not beneficial and healthy for you to do it. And universe doesn't call us to do. They have to also remember that universe doesn't call us to do deeds that are not spiritual for the individual who's going to perform the task, because the task is about some sort of service, right? Service to the universe. But if it's but it's supposed to be loving and all encompassed around that idea. If you're going to do the task, right, that's devotion in that task. If that's missing, then there's no sacrifice in it. There's nothing there. So that universe is not going to count that. Universe that means universe is not asking us to put ourselves in destructive ways in that path. And you're discovering, like I would have, like you said, you were very instrumental, but when you furthermore on that subject, like you said, being guided in directions that were not pleasant or were not favorable, did not help you benefit, but it was more like self-serving for her. And it always, like, it called you out of your space, out of your personal comfort zone to do these things for her, and that definitely would not be what spirit had in mind. And so in the dream, she's acknowledging these truths. She's come to terms with them, that she was that way with you. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. So Kenneth seems to be her own person, and she seems to be the type of personality that's neither or, like one way or the other type personality. She, the devil may care, like she doesn't seem to have like the idea that okay, I'm going to discreetly talk to Catherine. Like Catherine, guess what I found out? She's not like that. That's not her personality is. Um, oh, have you seen Rebecca? You know Rebecca, right? Oh, I haven't talked to her in a while. Why? What's going on? Like she's that person. Like she's definitely keeping like she'd keep everybody's secret, and she'd have the information being the in between to solve a problem and not solve, not even help, not even want to do it. It'd be motivated to do it. Catherine found this out, I believe, through her life transformation, through transformation, like how she had to leave, how she had to close it down with the one group to go to. You said Paris, to go to Paris, like all of that, and then thinking back on life and where she come from, where she's heading now, The other one, the lady that the one you're bringing up now, she's not a part of this journey. She is herself. She's definitely herself, and there's something about her energy that's reason why you're, rejecting her friendship. There's something about her that you don't trust, and with good reason. She doesn't make up her mind, and she's in between the gap, like she stands in between worlds. So it's like she won't stand for like one way or the other. Like take it could like am I in the right? She'll argue, well, why would what what gives you that idea that you need to be right? Or and also, is it so wrong? Or if it's wrong, don't hold on to it. Like she's just not very helpful. It doesn't seem like she will give you an honest, genuine answer. Like it's not an answer that she gives to herself. It doesn't. I don't think she gives herself these answers. But she's like um, very much holding on to um, like I sometimes see her stepping out of the shadows, and I see her stepping back into the shadows. Like she comes out when it's convenient, and then she step back into the shadow. I have information on you. You'll never have any information on myself. She's a friend that you don't even know. You're not even sure where she lives. She's like you don't know nothing about her. Like I never asked you. We've been talking, like being a friend, I guess, for over a year, and then you might catch her eyes, kind of, avert, divert. And you might say, "Wow, that's a sign." Okay, you don't consider us close. I never asked you where were you, where'd you get your upbringing, and she not answer. It's like it's but she knows everything about what's going on, with between you and Catherine. Um, but you don't know what she's been doing up for the past 3 months. She just out of nowhere, and now she comes and knows a lot about what's going on with you, and you don't know anything what's going on with her. That's the energy she gives, and it doesn't. But the good thing is, he doesn't. He say things because she's something that someone who comes back to, like in the future. No, she's not gonna like bring it up or anything like that, or try to twist it to suit her own needs. She just doesn't get involved, but it always to detriment because that's still an action. There's a fact that she won't be transparent or be open with you, be genuine with you. That is a problem. It's very difficult to trust the interaction with her because she doesn't. You sense it. She's disingenuous on some levels, a lot of levels. You can sense it. Like, okay, if Catherine is upset and you're on your way there, she's not going to be the friend that says, before you go, I heard some things. I think there may be some tension between, Catherine. I don't know what she's upset about, or she does know she wouldn't tell you, and you both would just go there into the location, and then it would all come out, and you're like, you knew about this, like, oh yeah, I told her zip about. It's like, yeah, and I didn't. She didn't tell us anything. She didn't bother to mention what I was walking into. That's specific, very specific to her personality. I mean, so that's why it's like, yeah, maybe not the trusting her, specifically her. There's other ones. There's some. Your readings are so interesting because some people are not meant to be trusted whatsoever. Then there are some people that we're not sure if we should trust them, and they turned out to be favorable in some way, but we still got to keep an eye on them. She's like unfavorable all around. Like universe is like, don't expect too much from her. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard no. A pleasure. Okay, a pleasure. We'll do. Psychic profiling. I will tell on you. 3 minutes? No, I'm logging out, baby. I did my time. And I'm going to be kind. Okay. Do I. Well, I just got out of a reading. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm going to log out. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And I will see you on the next. Oh, wait a minute. The story. The story about the guy. The guy. I don't even. So, let me unplug this. No, because I gotta. Don't unplug it. Because, yeah, I need to go ahead and unplug. All right. Okay. So, the guy. This is the guy. The guy, right? The guy who's, he's channeling out to the universe that he needs riches, he needs wealth, he needs a fabulous career, and a career where the executive, like he's a winning horse. Also, horse, he wants to be stallion again. And but what he sees in the mirror is, a man who's, he's getting older. His life is he's losing hope because like what his life has to offer is like, I want a career. I want executive. I want a love. Yes, even a woman. I want I want success, financial. I want money success. So little did he know, universe was listening. Universe answered. And now, oh, where was that? Oh, universe didn't ask him for what, when, where, how, with who. Universe didn't say, like, we give you love, you gotta, become an altruistic, and you gotta, help people, for 8 months, like, we get you married, you have to do this, you have to make personal sacrifice. They didn't even ask him to go, travel and visit, like go get 7 ingredients, go get a candle. They asked him for nothing. They didn't ask him for prayers. They didn't ask him to pray or nothing. And these are the thoughts that were considered by universe. When universe heard, universe answered. Universe requested, asked for nothing of the man. And that's where we're going to leave off. And I will pick back up and come back. I will come back and we'll